Good morning. Welcome to Thursday, January 6, 2022, Land Use Meeting of the County Commission of Manatee County. It's a beautiful day in Manatee County. And in Manatee County, we always start our day by honoring God and honoring our nation. So today we have Jeff Henderson, who is the pastor at Harbor Community Church. He will lead our invocation, and then Commissioner Bellamy will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So at this time, if you're able, please stand.
Father, this is a new year, and we don't forget how we closed out the Christmas season prioritizing peace, even if it was only in our desires and not our actions. Lord, what we long for, let us prioritize in our dreams, visions, plans, and actions for this upcoming year. We long for the good news of peace promised to the shepherds upon the earth with those who look to your favor. And even those who don't, we thank you for the common ground in prioritizing peace that we do have already, even with those who don't believe. With those who have found peace, may they rest in you and extend that peace in everyday conversations, onto social media platforms, into neighborhoods, and even deliberations here. For those who appreciate but don't acknowledge your peace, may they continue to even expose those inconsistencies from those who do believe, because we often don't live according to the faith that we profess. Father, use all people to reveal those inconsistencies. Lord, may we reject all lies which cause division and accept truth, even when it hurts. May the leadership in this county and country work well in differences, refuse to believe the disparaging lie that disagreement must bring discord. Let children spread peace, not COVID, as they start back to school. Let laws bring freedom to flourish. Grant the right restrictions, and let others grant the right of way, not just on the road, but in our community. That we would be a county who models peace, aims to be peacemakers as we await the Prince of Peace. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor. Thank you, Commissioner Bellamy. Let's go to updates to the agenda. Rosina?
Good morning. The updates for the agendas for the update memo for December 30, 2021, advertised public hearing, Plan Amendment 2104, Ordinance 2207 is a public comment letter attached. For the consent agenda, item number 2, determination of consistency with the Manatee County Comprehensive Plan, MTC, revised staff report to change a date in the bullet and maps with documents replaced and clean format attached. Advertising presentation schedules, item number 4, with October states, a revised ordinance to correct topographical errors. Item number 7, Cedar Run, Phase 2, expert take communication attached. And for the update for January 5th, 2022, Plan Amendment 2104, Ordinance 2207. We have public comments and revisions to Ordinance 2207, Exhibit B and Exhibit D as follows: revised to reflect no changes to Dickey Road from Spencer Parish Road to US 301, revised to reflect no change to Spencer Parish Road from State Road 62 to Dick Road, revised to reflect no change to Wright Road from County Road 675 to State Road 62, and revised to add GCV Boulevard from CC Road to State Road 62. And in the consent agenda, item number 2, determination of consistency with Manatee County Comprehensive Plan, the MCT Policy Academy, revised letter changing the chairman of the Manatee County School Board.
Thank you, Rosina. Any questions on that? Okay. We only have one consent agenda item. Do you want to move into consent now? Anyone wish to pull the consent agenda item? Okay. Chair will entertain motions.
Move to approve,
Second.
Mr. Chair.
So we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Baugh and a second by Commissioner Bellamy. We'll go right into public comment. Does anybody have any public comments regarding consent agenda items? Seeing none, is there anyone on the phone regarding consent agenda? There is not. All right, we'll move into a vote. Is any discussion on consent?
Nope.
Okay, we'll move into a vote. All in favor of approving consent agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, it passes. Ms. Schenk, let's go ahead and move into the agenda, please.
Okay, the first advertised public hearing is a presentation upon request, Public Works Department, Plan Amendment PA 2104, Ordinance 2207, Transportation Element Text Amendment and Map Series Update. This is legislative public hearing. And Mr. Davis will be presenting. There were a number of changes in the update memo that I believe he'll be going over with you.
Clerk?
Good morning, thank you. I do have a short presentation prepared. I apologize for having to promote this to presentations, but there were a couple of changes in the update memo and some public comment, and I think I can address that in what I'll cover here. Not advancing the slides. It is. I don't know. So this is the adoption hearing for the traffic circulation plan amendment that the board transmitted in October. The traffic circulation plan is part of your comprehensive plan. It is, among other things, it explains how we'll provide infrastructure to accommodate new growth in the future, and in this case, the roads that are needed to serve existing residents and businesses and those we expect to come in the future. So it addresses our major road network. I'm going to talk a little bit about some activity that's occurred since that transmittal, and then we would request adoption today. So the schedule, most of the highly visible work that we did started last spring with work sessions and task force meetings, had transmittal hearings late summer and early fall, and after transmittal, it was sent to the state for their review, and then today we have our adoption hearing scheduled. The changes that the board requested at transmittal, and I've got some graphics for this as well, were to remove Terra Boulevard from the plan altogether and to remove the middle section of Mulholland Road from the plan. And this is the road that has received what I think has been the most public comment since the transmittal hearing, and so you may hear some public comment on that today. And then the amendment was sent forward with these changes, and these changes are included in the plan today as directed at the transmittal hearing. So Terra Boulevard is this section. Some of it's just planned. It doesn't exist today, and that's namely the section that crosses the Braden River at the south edge there from Monterey into the Terra area just south of Linger Lodge Road. And then the balance exists today, but based on board direction at transmittal, this road will now be designated a local road, and there will be no plan to create a Terra Boulevard bridge. Mulholland Road, the action was to just remove what you could call like the gap section. So Mulholland Road to the west, and Mulholland is the blue line in the middle of the screen there, and lies pretty much along that alignment from Fort Hammer on the west side to close to Gamble Creek. And then there's a gap to Twin Rivers Trail, and then the balance doesn't go straight. It meanders a bit, but there's another gap at the east end of Mulholland Road. And so this blue line is sort of a planned line of intent, not the exact alignment. Anyway, at the board hearing, transmittal hearing, it was directed that section circled in orange from west of Gamble Creek to Twin Rivers Trail be removed from the plan. And again, this is what's reflected in the ordinances before you today. We sent, after transmittal for state review, we received comments from 4 departments. The Department of Economic Opportunity mostly noted the procedural requirements associated with processing a comp plan amendment. Department of Transportation had some notes on planning principles and requirements for when we review developments connected to the state highway. Nothing that prompted a change to our document or anything where they noted any major issues. There was one related to nomenclature that we've clarified with him, though, and so we have addressed that. And then finally, Department of Environmental Protection and Fish and Wildlife had no objections to the change. Parallel with transmittal, we had some contact with developers and landowners in the northeast part of the county, and it was related to some changes we'd proposed. And in a way, we did a switcheroo. We presented some stuff in spring that showed some roads remaining 4 lanes, and between then and Planning Commission, we had revised them to be 2 lanes. We thought we were doing the right level of outreach, but apparently we didn't get to all the right people. And so, because we don't feel like we vetted that very well, we recommend we just keep them as is for now until we can do some more evaluation. So there'll be, I'll show you maps in just a second, but a couple of roads where we think we should just stay at 4 lanes until we can look at it. May still need to change them later, but for now, let's keep them. And then finally, also in parallel to our amendment, you approved the Gamble Creek Village land use and text amendment, and one of the changes they made was to introduce a road called GCV Boulevard. We caught most of their changes in our plan amendment, but not that one. So for consistency, we're also recommending that you include that. And this page of things that I'm going through now is the stuff that Rosina read into the record from the January 5 update memo. So you're looking at a map of the parish area. The red lines you can see towards the left edge are US 301 and where Moccasin Waller Road and Erie Road and 62 all come together in parish. Just east of there, there is a planned road that runs into Cone Ranch and then up to 301, and it's Spencer Parish Road and Dickey Road. This is one of the ones where we think it makes sense to await further evaluation and just keep this as a 4-lane road for today. Well, 4-lane road on a planned 4-lane road for today. And then moving a little bit further east, there is the Rye Road extension. Again, this is a planned road that we had originally called out to be converted to 2 lanes. We're now recommending that we stay at 4 until we can conduct further evaluation. And then moving east again, this is where the road called GCV Boulevard is being introduced in the Lindsay property that's the Gamble Creek Village. And it's kind of hard to see here, but that's State Road 62 and the south edge of Lake Parish at the north edge of the map. And it runs to a future planned road called CC Road that's in their property. And so this is being added for consistency. So the proposed ordinance you have before you today removes Terra Boulevard, removes a section of Mulholland, has no changes to the Spencer Parish and Dickey Road connection and no change to the Rye extension, and introduces GCV Boulevard. So we hope that this is not, say, an overwhelming number of changes, and that the board has some comfort to adopt the plan amendment today. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Clark. Commissioner Ball, you're the only person on the board.
Clark, good morning.
Good morning.
Yesterday in my briefing, there had been some conversation about some properties that had been added because we thought we might be able to get some funding for it. There's no grants or anything or monies that you're aware of that might be affected by Rye Road, the Rye Road extension in Spencer Parish?
I think the briefing you got yesterday was for the next Tuesday's
Yeah, it was.
regular
It
meeting.
was.
And so it's kind of connecting those things. The project priority list that you'll be looking at next Tuesday and this need to be consistent and compatible with each other. So that's a good thought to ask about that. The roads that are the subject of the update memo aren't on that list, though. So it doesn't, in short, this doesn't get us crossways with our project priority
Okay,
list, if that's what you're asking.
And that's why I was asking. I didn't know about the 2 with the no change. I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't going to be a problem for any funding or anything down the road. That's why I was asking.
No, those are areas that are developing or poised to develop, say, over the next 5 to 10 years. And so it'll impact how we negotiate with some of those developers as they go forward, but none of those is on the radar for MPO requests at this time.
All right, thank you. That's why I was asking.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I would just add, maybe we're flattering ourselves thinking people are watching at home, but if anyone's watching at home, I agree with Clark. It's prudent to sort of hold entitlements, right, that we have for now, meaning instead of allowing a 4-lane road to decide that it's a 2-lane road, we're doing a lot of long-range planning here. And once we essentially, relinquish that, there's a lot of value in that entitlement. And so if we pass it up now, we could find ourselves down the road wanting to four-lane that, and it would cost future taxpayers substantially. So I think it's very, very prudent of you, and I would agree with you.
Yeah, from a, say, a planning perspective, the cost of prematurely designated a two-lane road is a lot higher than the one of saying it's 4 lanes for now and then pulling it back later. So it's a lot harder to undo taking away a road or narrowing a road than it is the other way around.
Sure, okay. Commissioner Bott, no?
No,
Okay.
I'm good, thank you.
Any other discussion? None. Chair will entertain motions.
Move to approve, Mr. Chair.
So motion to approve by Commissioner Baugh, a second by Commissioner Cruz. We'll move into public comments on this. I have, no, I don't have that. Let's see here. This is all Mulholland. Transportation Plan 1, I assume, is this. And so Danielle Cabrera. So when you come up, we are speaking specifically on this ordinance. You have 3 minutes, and please state your name and your county of residence.
I submitted a form to speak for, on behalf of the group.
You did submit a form with 10 signatures, so you will have 10 minutes.
Thank you. And which clicker worked? This one? Thank you. So I don't get. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Danelle Cabrera, and a resident of Parrish for over 15 years. I won't take up too much of your time today, as I have nervously spoke at multiple meetings now. I have met with some of you, I have corresponded with county staff, and I have rallied my neighborhood to get involved by writing and distributing petitions. There literally is nothing else that this stay-at-home mom knows to do to make sure my family and my neighbors' voices are heard and understood to the Manatee County staff and to this board over the last 8 months. We are here because of Mulholland Road. I live on Mulholland Road. My boys, ages 8 and 11, were born there. This is our home. When I was here in October with my Twin Rivers neighbors, all wearing our red shirts, the board listened to us and voted to remove the proposed Mulholland Road Bridge over Gamble Creek from the transportation plan. That vote eliminated a thoroughfare in our front yards. That vote ensured our neighborhood was not split in half. That vote preserved the environment surrounding Gamble Creek, and that vote saved the Manatee County taxpayers well over $30 million. For this, we thank you. We hope that vote stays the course for today. We are here today because even though this future proposed connection to Fort Hamer was severed, our Mulholland Road, a road in our neighborhood, is still included on the map series as a collector road, but without a connection. I touched base with Mr. Davis after the October meeting, and he explained the vote was to remove the bridge, but the road as a collector will remain on the map. This prompted my meetings with some of you that were willing to meet with me. Thank you for doing so. I'm hoping since these meetings with me that you followed up on and received the information and answers you needed to make these important decisions that affect our lives and now can provide insight to us. I can simply only bring forth what I can get my hands on, if and what county staff and commissioners respond to me with, and when the available documents are posted online with the agenda. I only get to come up here once, so I have to anticipate your questions and also answer them. Based on all of that, I do believe there is still some confusion surrounding Mulholland Road. Let me show you. Map 5A shows the existing Mulholland Road as is. Map 5B shows the removal of the bridge, but the road remains on the map listed as a collector. Why? We don't know. The road terminates at this point. Then I look at Table 5-1 as part of the amended transportation plan, page 22 and 23. This details Mulholland Road in its sections. Fort Hamer Road to West Mulholland Road Bridge, this is a collector, that's built, no change there. Then you have Twin Rivers Trail to Rye Road. This is the section located in Twin Rivers. It is a line item in the table, but the rest of the information on that line that writes the collector classification status, the number of lanes, and the right-of-way width all have strike-throughs to be deleted. This detail is also included in staff minutes included in the e-agenda, bottom of page 2, under BOCC action of the October 21st meeting. The vote was, quote, "to transmit the plan amendment with an amendment to the motion to remove the portion of Mulholland Road referring to as the, quote, missing link portion not yet constructed." But the agenda update yesterday at 2 p.m. provides a new Table 5-1 without the strike-throughs on Mulholland Road, and yet that change is not listed as one of the changes on the front memo. We agree with Table 5-1 with the strike-throughs. We agree with the removal of the proposed bridge, and that should mean that Mulholland Road and Twin Rivers is no longer considered a collector road and should be removed from the map series. This was one of the open items when I met with some of you. So we are unsure of where this information is or what the board's intent really was. The status of Mulholland Road does not affect the half-mile missing section outside of Twin Rivers. That will eventually connect Mulholland Road to Rye Road. It will only be used as an entrance or exit for our residents to use. It will serve no other purpose because it does not connect anywhere nor circulate traffic. What other road used solely as an entrance or exit to a neighborhood is included in the map series? There aren't any because they aren't classified as collector roads. Then why is Mulholland? The status of Mulholland Road also does not affect the county owning the right-of-way. We are not asking the county to relinquish the property, similar to the county still continuing to own the 5+ acres at the end of Terra Boulevard. There was discussion of the undeveloped parcel noted as the Reasoner property at the last meeting. This property is currently zoned AG and holds those zoning rights with commercial options. There was a note that we can't change road designations to manipulate zoning rights. I agree with that statement, but it doesn't apply here. The Reasoner property is already allowed commercial activity. My point was that this property located at 2401 Twin Rivers Trail is in the same condition as it was when our developer tried to purchase it with the 2B Twin Rivers acreage. And this was before Mulholland Road was functionally classified. So the landowner does not lose commercial entitlements that Mulholland Road as a collector allowed him or her because it wasn't a collector at the time. This property is abutted to Twin Rivers common areas, a Manatee County utility easement, and the county's right-of-way at Gamble Creek. My second point is with the proposed bridge removed, there is no Mulholland Road on this property. The road starts across the intersection. Even if the county was granted right-of-way land from this landowner through impact fee credits to build Mulholland Road through the property, it would terminate at Gamble Creek without building the $30+ million bridge. So again, it is not a collector road that would circulate traffic. With all that said, we are not confused of how we want our neighborhood to be. With what the vision of Twin Rivers was 20 years ago before this road was drawn into the map, with what we, the residents, have made it become. We wanted to make certain today that the board understands what we wish. I also know change is not made because we are physically here or have the loudest voice. We live there. We have invited each of you there. We know what is best for our families and our neighborhood. We chose Twin Rivers. We, as represented in over 515 households across Mulholland Road in the first petition, submitted to you to remove the bridge. We, as represented in over 235 Twin River households in the second petition, submitted to you to remove the collector status. And yes, I validated every person that signed them. We, as represented in our red shirts on October 21st, we, as represented by over 70 comments submitted in response to the petitions, and over 30 public comments submitted via the county website. We, as represented by all my neighbors watching right now that couldn't be here today, and those that signed the form to allow me to speak. We are a big neighborhood, but this might be the one thing 99% of us agree on. Yet with the holidays, we could not document that response for you today. We are asking the board to adopt the plan amendment PA-21-04, ordinance 22-07, as per the state transmittal, with a plan amendment to reconcile the map series with Table 5-1 with the strike-throughs, which will ultimately remove the Mulholland Road section that is located in Twin Rivers as a collector road. I also wanted to take part of my time here today to tell Dr. Hopes personally that I have corresponded with many county employees across many different departments over the last year. And while I may not always agree with their answers, they all knew their job, did their job, and responded to me with patience and respect. The ladies in the Public Records Request Department absolutely rock. And Miss Bobby Roy, I know she's not here today, is hands down the best to help navigate the public through this process. I have expressed my many thanks to them, but I wanted to tell the big bosses. With that, I will leave the board with some drone footage provided by a Twin Rivers resident of our Mulholland Road, the same road that centered around our Christmas golf cart parade with over 90 carts participating and where I call home. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. The next card I have is for Jeff McAfee.
Madam, Mr.
This is
Chair,
my video.
she sees the rest
It'll
of the
show
time for
a minute video.
Oh, for a video. Well, we're looking forward to that. Okay.
Just for the minute left.
It's too close. I like that one.
Great music. Doesn't have the same effect without audio.
Start over. Sorry, sir.
Well, that was very well timed. Yes.
Take two.
All right, thank you. So Jeff McAfee is the next card that I have. Mr. McAfee, come on up. You'll have 3 minutes. We're speaking on this agenda item only. Please state your name and your county of residence.
Hello, my name is Jeff McAfee. I live in Twin Rivers in Manatee County, and I just wanted to voice my approval of the Mulholland Road extension. For a long time, the developments that have been put into Parish we've accepted hundreds of homes being added to our development and to our community without the addition of the infrastructure necessary to accommodate the cars. I live on the east side entrance, and we see a tremendous amount of cars coming through simply because of the expansion of Twin Rivers itself. And it would be nice to have another exit, as there are many more hundreds of homes proposed even on this agenda for Golf Course Road. And having to compete with all of those cars on a 2-lane road, the increase in traffic on Golf Course will be significant. It would be nice to have another exit in our community. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. And I have one other card, Rob. It's tough to decipher, but it starts with a P. Phelan. I would not have come up with that. So you have 3 minutes, sir, speaking on this issue only. Please state your name and county of residence.
So my name is Bob Phelan. I live on Twin Rivers Road, Parish, 3828 Twin Rivers Trail. So as Jeff said, a lot of the people, when we heard about the proposal that the HOA was supporting, that everyone was in favor of not having any extension of Mulholland, we were extremely upset. All the documents when we bought our home said that another extension was going to be granted. If you look at the video, they have an 84-foot leeway on their property that they get to keep if nothing gets built. I understand the need for that. And I don't want a 4-lane road through Mulholland Road. I'm in favor of that. But if you do not build another exit, Cliff Davis, after the last meeting when I was so upset, he told me if by the time that the high-density homes are built, the extra 400 and now the new 40 that are going to be approved further in, with all the exits on the east side of Twin Rivers, 162, and Twin Rivers both exit on the southeast side. There's nothing on all the new development on that end. We need at least one exit on that road, and I want to make sure you don't eliminate the opportunity with all these homes being built so that the 1,100, 1,200 homes with possibly 2 to 3 cars always have to come out the road Twin Rivers. And I've asked a lot of people on Twin Rivers Trail, could you please raise your hand today? I've been trying to gather people because they were not aware that it was going to be eliminated. So I'm just making that point. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Phelan. That's all the cards I have. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward from the audience to speak on this issue? Yes, ma'am, come forward. Please state your name, county of residence. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Franca Pozo. I live in Twin Rivers and on Twin Rivers Trail. So it's important to open Mulholland to ride. We really need that road to be open because there's so many houses, as you saw in the video, and there's only 2 entrances and exits from that association. But people don't really, they mainly use Twin Rivers Trail because it comes from the west side and, people don't use that much the right. But they had a study of traffic from Golf Course Road that the county did. In 24 hours, there were 2,600 cars. They did that study. 2,600 cars right now. We haven't opened, all the different associations that, they still building and they're still building. And Twin Rivers are building more houses still. So Golf Course is having 2,600 cars a day. We need more roads. I imagine that here there's other people, other builders that they want to rezone. They want more properties to be built, but we need roads. And if we open Mulholland Road to Rye, it needs to be within the 5 years because all these houses are being built. It can't be waiting for 20 years or whatever when, all the traffic, it's impossible to commute. So that's what I would ask, that, if you guys, knowing the traffic report and study, to evaluate and see if we open Rye, to have it quicker, to have that road open and not beyond the 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else that would like to come forward to speak? Yes, please come forward. This agenda item only, 3 minutes. Please state your name and county of residence.
Hi, Jerry Zingfuss, Manatee County. I wasn't even expecting to talk here. Mine is more on safety. I walk my dog through there all the time. I live on Twin Rivers. The cars that come down there, it's a 30 mile an hour. They're coming down there 50 miles. The kids, the animals, the safety, people. A friend of mine almost got hit. They don't care. They should have speed bumps. I'm sorry. But anyways, please open that road so we have more exits going out of Twin Rivers. I would even wonder on how you think when you're living in a place like that. What about emergency evacuation? You have all those people trying to get out of there with one exit going out on that side. Okay, you have 162nd too. There's no way everybody's going to be able to leave that area. So I didn't even know that the bridge was already canned. But please let the other side be an exit. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Would anyone else like to come forward and speak on this item? Anyone on the phone?
Mr. Chairman, we have one caller.
Okay.
Caller 874, please state your name for the record.
Go ahead, caller. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Kathy Woolley, and I just wanted to thank you for the long work to resolve the economic insanity of the Terra Bridge. It's taken more than 10 years to identify it as not a wise choice for the county, and also for maintaining Terra Boulevard as not a thoroughfare and removing us from the circulation plan. We do understand what the Twin Rivers people face over the next 10 years, but we're grateful to this Board of County Commissioners for putting us back as an interior neighborhood road that supports the community. It would have been the bridge to nowhere. So thank you all very much for your wise decision, and we hope Twin Rivers resolves their problems soon. Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Yes, happy birthday, Miss Willie. Do we have any other callers?
Thank you very much. I can assure you all 75 is a good age.
Looking forward to it. So we have no other callers. Servia and Whitmore are the only two commissioners on the board. Commissioner Servia.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for Clark Davis. Thank you, Clark. So could you please address the comments that we heard from the first speaker relative to keeping Mulholland Road as a collector on the map? Tell us why that is happening. And can you also address the Reasoner property? I don't fully understand what she said, but I think what she said is it was rezoned commercial because it met locational criteria with that functionally classified roadway. But if you could explain that, please.
There are two things. The first speaker, I think it was Ms. Kubria, correctly identified what I believe is a Scrivener's error that got introduced into the ordinance, and that is we correctly identified the road limits, but instead of showing that it was to remain a two-lane road in 84 feet of right-of-way from Twin Rivers Trail to Rye Road, it shows it in strike-through. So we need to correct that and remove the strike-through basically for that. So it's got the road limits correctly identified, but it strikes through the road characteristics without telling you what they are, and so we just need to remove that strike through before we present the ordinance for the chair's signature. So that was a production error. Apologize for the confusion. The section that was removed came about as a matter of discussion among the board and based on public comment at the transmittal hearing. It was brought forward to the board as retaining it as a two-lane road within 84 feet of right-of-way between Fort Hammer Road and Rye Road. My sort of read on the conversation is that there was some recognition that there was value to keeping some of the connections in the area, but having it as a through connection might put undue stress on the road, and therefore the board cut it. There are other examples. For example, with the removal of Terra Boulevard, Linger Lodge Road is essentially a very long road that extends from State Road 70 across from Caruso and winds its way across the interstate into Braden Woods. Clubhouse Drive extends from Lakewood Ranch Boulevard into River Club towards Braden Woods. Both of those are similar, say, dead end. They're not true dead ends because they connect to the local road network and still provide some value as collector roads. So it's not a unique situation. Transportation planners tend to look for through connections and network connectivity, but as long as that fine grain is there somewhere, whether it's as local roads or as thoroughfares, it can still work. And then you did ask about the Reasoner property. I need to tread carefully. First, I don't know the project that well, but it's also got a pending application that I think will come before you as a quasi-judicial matter. But if there's commercial entitlements allowed at that location, I'm not familiar enough with it to tell you one way or another how that works.
Okay, all right. So, if you remember, I was the one lone vote against this amendment because I understand the value of long-term planning and planning these roadway connections. This has been planned for how long?
It's been a while since I did that research, but I think it's around 2000 to 2002 when it got brought onto the plan.
And it's my understanding that every subdivision that was approved in that area that took access from Mulholland Road had notice through the notice to buyers that this would be a roadway, a collector roadway that was connected to make all future buyers aware that this was happening so that there were no secrets. The disappointment that I have is that I think the county misstepped a little bit when they allowed access to single-family homes directly on Mulholland Road. And we talked about that at the transmittal hearing, and I think that created an issue. So I guess I don't understand keeping it as a collector if we remove the middle part of it, because it no longer is going to function as collecting traffic from two main roadways. But again, I have always been in favor of maintaining that roadway connection. And as an engineer taught me a long time ago, traffic should flow through our roadway network like water through a sieve. And we constantly hear people concerned about roadway congestion and traffic. And that's why we make these long-term plans decades in the future for these roadways, so it's no surprise. And then, people move there and then they don't want the road connected. So that's a little disappointing to me. Although I understand the people who spoke, they don't want traffic running up and down the road. I get that. I completely understand that. But we also need to make decisions for the greater good for all people in that area who may use that road. So I'm going to sit back and listen, but that's where I am. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Serbia. Commissioner Whitmore.
And hopefully, I only have like one more day, probably I have to wear a mask because I have family members that don't live with me that have COVID. And so I don't give it to anybody in case I have it. I have to wear it at least one more day. I liked hearing Mr. Phelan, and I'm glad some other people came today. And I did meet with someone regarding this issue. And when you showed the video, 84 feet we had planned to make this road go through. And these people have beautiful yards now. Mm-hmm. And I mentioned that at the last meeting. And we still got sewer and water, I'm sure, that we have to maintain. And who is watering, and I'm sure it looks like the people that own the homes are cutting the right of way, but technically that's our land. And when I did meet with this person, I said, the majority of the board members up here were going to pass it, and that's fine. But I was never going to hold the hands of a future board that may want to make this happen and have it go through, because kind of what Commissioner Serbia said, we've talked about this up here before even the new commissioners have been, that this was in the plans. And but the majority of the board said don't extend it for now. But I had told this person I wasn't going to hold the hands of future boards if they wanted to have an extension, because if you looked at the maps, it's like a grid system and it stopped right there. And that's what we try not to do. So I'm on the fence on this one after looking at the video. And it's clearly going to be the road, a widening of the road, So I just want to hear what others have to say. But we are looking long range, and we have a lot of developments in this area now that possibly could have been counting on this. So again, if we stop, I don't want to change it any more than, I still want to keep it as a collector road in case future boards want to do something different. If this board wants to change their mind on what we decided the other day, I probably would consider that, but I'll listen to the other board members.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Clark.
Thank you.
Really appreciate your insight. The board is clear, so we'll entertain Commissioner Cruz. We'll entertain Commissioner
Clark,
Cruz.
real quick, and I know we spoke about it, but maybe just for everyone's sake. Can you explain what are the benefits of keeping this as a collector? As we just heard, once we remove that middle piece, it almost doesn't really become a real collector in terms of its intended use. But as we've heard before, some of this terminology and allocating, calling something a collector versus local has some implications in terms of how we can fund and so forth. What's the advantage to keeping this as a collector? Is there any?
It's similar to what we were discussing with Tara at Transmittal. And one difference here is that there's a portion of Mulholland that doesn't exist at all. It could be 100% impact fee funded, whether we work with developers and provide credits or we fund it outright as a thoroughfare roadway, a new thoroughfare roadway. If it's removed from the plan, then it would only be built as developers need it for access and as a local road. It may still be a public road and we'd maintain it, but it would cut off one, say, funding avenue and way to work with developers to provide the connection.
You're talking about that approximately 1 mile piece to the east that connects Mulholland to Rye? Is that the piece you're referring to, that we would have funding issues if we alter the designation?
Yeah, and I don't have a map up in front of me, but that last little bit that connects over to Rye Road that doesn't exist today.
Right, so it's beneficial to keep it as a collector until we get that piece built at the very least.
Yeah, once you build it with impact fees, you're probably going to want to keep it, though, because, I mean, you've expended money on a
Okay, but I'm just saying, you're giving a tangible reason why it's called a collector above and beyond just its utilization.
Right. And the road, if you zoom out and just look at the thoroughfare network, it quote-unquote doesn't connect to anything, but it does connect to Twin Rivers Trail and 162nd. They're both fairly heavily traveled local roads that run between Golf Course and Mulholland, and there'll be people that live in that area that would use a Mulholland connection to Rye, which presumably would relieve some stress on some of the roads within Twin Rivers and Golf Course Road if that eastern connection were provided. It's not to say it couldn't also be provided as a local road eventually, but it's a lot harder to do at that point.
Okay, perfect, thank you, that helps.
So we don't have anyone else on the board. Did you want to make an amendment? Or you're fine with, okay, then we'll entertain motions.
I think you have a pending motion.
We have a motion, oh, we do have a motion on the floor. Then we're ready to proceed to vote then? No, Commissioner Satcher is on the board. I'll let Commissioner Satcher speak, and then we'll have the motion read by Attorney Schenk.
So Clark, the way the motion stands right now, that extension on the east side of Mulholland is still in the plan. Is that correct?
Yes, we have some unintended strike-through shown in one entry in the table. We'll clean that up in the version that gets presented to the chair, but it would remain from Twin Rivers Trail to Rye Road as partially an existing road, but as a future connection as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bellamy?
Yeah, when Commissioner Satcher mentioned it was in the plan, is that within the 5-year plan, or?
This is in our traffic circulation plan, which it currently has a 2045 planning horizon. It moves out in 5-year increments.
You'll be long gone, Commissioner Bellamy.
Well, some of those roads, of course, are there today. Some roads are in your capital improvement program, and so it's in a continuous state of being implemented, and so they're not all going to be here at the last minute in 2045.
Yeah. Only Commissioner Whitmore will be here to vote on that one.
Statistically, I'll probably be dead.
Oh, yikes. Okay. We have Commissioner Satcher, and then if you have something new to add, and then we can move towards the vote.
Yeah. I apologize for speaking twice on the same issue, but I'll just share a little bit extra, and that is that the day after this vote, I all day kept going over thinking that was a bad vote, James. So, and I specifically am looking at Commissioner Servia. I think she's right on this, and but you know, it's my district. There's a lot of homes, a lot of voters. The interesting thing is that right now we had a lot of people wanting the bridge gone. Then as soon as the bridge is gone, I get a lot of calls to connect it and put that in the plan to the east. And I'm thinking, well, now it only has value to a much smaller number of people, but you want it to connect. And then now we have people here that don't want it to ever connect. So this is definitely one of those situations where it seems like no matter what you do, somebody's going to be upset. And so I was hesitant to put that on record, but I'll just say, I don't like the situation. I don't like that we have homes that have single driveways going onto a road that was supposed to be a connector road. I think that was a mistake, and we need to keep that from happening in the future. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Satcher.
I have a question.
Commissioner Bellamy?
Yeah, I'm just listening also, and I'm wondering, is there an amendment that we can discuss to probably address those concerns of yours, Commissioner Satcher? I may not have the verbiage of the amendment, but I'm just trying to keep the discussion open so we can make sure for the public and everything like that, we see what our options are to make sure we're doing the best we can.
Commissioner Satcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I see the way forward at this point to move on vote for it the way it's been. It's already been to the state. It's been transmitted to us. Let's move on, and we can see what happens as far as. So right now the east section's on. If we take it off, we'll definitely never get it back on, or it would be that much harder. And then we'll, the bridge is. It seems to me you move on with the decisions that have been made. So that would be my preference.
That's right.
And just to be clear, I think Commissioner Whitmore said it well. If we were to remove it, we would be tying the hands of future boards. By leaving it there, the county is not committing to building anything. We are not, moving forward with a build or a widening. So, Ms. Shank, if you would read the motion.
I move to adopt Plan Amendment 2104/ordinance 2207 as stated in the recommended motion, the staff report, and as modified in the update memo.
Okay, so that is the motion on the floor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Passes 5-2. Commissioner Servia and Commissioner Whitmore in opposition.
Mr. Chairman, may I explain that the reason that I voted against it is just because I believe when we make long-term plans for roadways in Manatee County, we need to honor those plans because they are done with a lot of foresight, a lot of thought, a lot of analysis for the benefit of people for the next 40 years. And I think we're being short-sighted when we don't do that.
Commissioner Whitmore?
And I voted nay because I agree with Commissioner Satcher, but I went ahead and said it.
Okay. Thank you. Moving on, I believe the rest of our advertised hearings are all quasi-judicial. Ms. Shank, if you would start moving us through the agenda, please.
Yes, advertised public hearing, presentation upon request. Number 3, Building Development Services is PDI PI 19-22ZG. County Facilities, a.k.a. Premier Park. This is a proposed rezoning, county shade of approximately 110.38 acres, commonly known as 16410 Rangeland Parkway, Bradenton, from the General Agricultural Watershed Protection Overlay District to Plan Development Public Interest Zoning District, retain the overlay district and approving the general development plan for public use facilities, including public park and community facilities. This is quasi-judicial, and the clerk will need to go through the swearing in, and if we haven't already.
Madam Clerk? At this time, the clerk is going to swear in anyone who may wish to speak.
Anyone wishing to speak, even if you think you may speak. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and representations you are about to make to the board are truthful and accurate? Thank you. When you step to the podium, please state your name and if you have been sworn.
Okay, Marshall, I have you down as the presenter on this.
And Mr. Chair, while he's coming down, can we have disclosure of ex parte communications,
Yeah,
if any?
has anyone had any ex parte communication on this? Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Robinson, the floor is yours.
Good morning and Happy New Year, Commissioners. My name is Marshall Robinson. I'm a staff planner here for Development Services. And this project is the East County Facilities Park. The property is located, let me get the PowerPoint going here. Property is located north of State Road 70, east of Post Boulevard, southeast of Rangeland Parkway, and west of Eline Road. Property is zoned agriculture. It's also in the watershed protection overlay district for the Evers watershed. It's also in the special treatment overlay district. Our future land use categories are the MUCR residential and the MUC AC1, which is an activity mixed use future land use category. The request is to rezone the property from general agricultural to PDPI in order to expand the development of an existing county park. And some of the uses that were presented in the applicant's application were county offices, public use facilities, softball and baseball fields, park maintenance facilities, some racquetball complexes with tennis courts, pickleball courts, There's an aquatic center, some locker room facilities, et cetera, for outdoor recreation, low-intensity outdoor recreation uses. We also got scheduled a proffered uses by the applicant to kind of scrub the list of the permitted uses in the PDPI zoning district, and they, offered up some uses that they're not interested in doing under the PDPI zoning, and most of the uses that were captured under the permitted use table that was proffered by the applicant is consistent with the future land use categories the location of the property is in. Here's a look at the site plan. We can see, we can see our access points in blue. We've got 3 access points up along Rangeland Parkway. We've got an access point over along the east Elon Road. And then there's also a maintenance facility access point down on Post Boulevard, down in the southwest corner of the property. And then we also have buffers. The park is nicely buffered along its perimeter roadways with 20-foot buffers. And here are the development standards. The development standards come out of the LDC for the PDPI zoning district, pretty standard for the county park. We've got the buffers in place. We have our access in the open space. We had a minimum requirement of 30% on the open space due to the watershed. The applicant has provided that per the GDP that was submitted. Got maximum height of 5 stories out here. Any buildings go up to 5-story out here on the site, they'll be subject to our building height compatibility section of the LDC in 401.5. And we also have utilities in the area. We got a 12-inch potable water main along Post and a 12-inch water main along Rangeland. We've also got 10-inch gravity sewers along Post and also along Rangeland. And there's actually a 10-inch reclaimed water main along Post Boulevard as well. So there's plenty of utilities for this location in the proposed park. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions if anybody has any. And I believe the applicant is here as well.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. I don't have any commissioners on the board? No? Okay. Does the applicant have anything to add? Okay. We can, we can move into public comment then. Oh, Commissioner Baugh.
No, I'll make a motion when you're ready, sir.
Okay, let's do public comment first. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this particular issue? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to Commissioner Baugh. We'll entertain motions.
Of course, it's downloading now. I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve per the motion that we have stated.
Second.
I know. I couldn't pull it up in time. He caught me too soon.
Would you like Ms. Shank to read the
Yes,
the
please.
motion? Ms. Shank, if you could spell out a motion for us.
The alternative motion for approval, basically approving,
it now.
adopting ordinance number PDPI 1922ZG as stated for the approval in the staff report.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Baugh, and the second was
Servia.
Commissioner Servia. We've conducted public comment. Does staff have any additional comments that they would like to make?
No, sir.
No, and I have no one on the board, so we can move forward with a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It passes unanimously, Madam Clerk.
Finally. I'm a year.
Thank you, Sarah. Couldn't open it in time.
Ms. Shank?
Sorry, excuse me,
Oh,
Chairman.
yes, sir.
I was derelict of a duty. I was supposed to pass these out and I didn't.
Okay. Well, as you pass those out, Ms. Shank can take us into our next item. By the way, we are going to adjourn for a recess for lunch at 11:30 because obviously we all have to go over to the fair. So
Oh, I forgot about that.
go ahead, Sarah.
Okay, for the record, this is just a revised ordinance.
Yes,
Clarification.
Not in the agenda.
Okay, so,
It's the same ordinance that was posted in the beginning, but we don't know what happened with the agenda and wasn't included at the end.
okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the next item, advertised public hearings, presentation scheduled. Number 4 is quasi-judicial. Zoning ordinance PDR 2104ZG, Westover Estates. This is a rezone of approximately 54.48 acres, located at 3155 North Rye Road, from the General Agricultural North Central Overlay District to the Plan Development Residential North Central Overlay District, and proposes approving a general development plan for a 162 lot, single-family residential development. And the presenter is Dorothy Rainey, but we next go for ex parte communication.
Yeah, does anyone like to disclose any ex parte communication on this matter? Okay, seeing none, we will move to Dorothy Rainey,
Or the applicant. I
or
guess.
the applicant.
Yeah, applicant requires additional.
Okay. Please state your name, county, or residence for the record.
Hi, good morning. Linda Stewart, planner with Morris Engineering. Morris Engineering is located in Sarasota County. I reside in Lee County. Let's see. This is for Westover Estates with the PDR 2104ZG, PLN 2103-121. The property is located on North Rye Road, which is south of Golf Course Boulevard and north of River Reach in Parrish. And I apologize, I have been sworn. The request is to rezone 54.48 acres from the property that is currently zoned agricultural with a north central overlay to planned development residential with retaining the north central overlay with 3 specific approval requests, along with a general development plan for a 162-lot single-family subdivision. The parcel is located in the Urban Fringe 3 future land use, which allows 3 dwelling units per acre. This project is proposing a gross density of 2.97 dwelling units per acre, so within an allowable range for this request. The specific approvals are to allow a reduction in the rear yard setback from 15 feet to 5 feet for accessory structures, which are adjacent to the roadway buffers. The second request is to allow a reduction from 25 feet to 20 feet for the front yard setbacks for homes with front-loaded garages. We feel that having 2 parked cars within the 20 feet, which is the same setback as the residential structure, side by side, these cars can fit within the driveways without overhanging into the 5-foot sidewalk that's adjacent to the roadways. The third request is to allow a reduction to the secondary front yard setback from 20 feet to 15 feet on corner lots so that they're not unduly subjected to twice the buffers that an interior lot would be subjected to. These are typical layouts of the 40-foot lots and the 50-foot lots that are being requested for the subdivision. This is a typical along Rye Road that shows the buffers that are being requested. We have the thoroughfare as well as the green belt buffers as required per the LDC. There's a 20-foot buffer along the roadway and a 50-foot on the thoroughfare road. The greenbelt buffer of 20 feet is on the north, south, and west property lines, along with the 50-foot on the east property line. We have a 30-foot wetland buffer, and there are 2 accesses provided to the property, both on Rye Road for projects over 100 feet, over 100 units. There is a 30-foot right-of-way reservation on North Rye Road, which is indicated on this drawing as well. There is a 5-foot sidewalk that will be provided to the development in connection to the sidewalk that's existing on Rye Road. And the subdivision itself will have 5-foot sidewalks contiguous to the development as well as on the north and west sides of the new internal streets. The project has 5.95 acres of wetlands. There are no impacts that are proposed. There is a 9.44 acre conservation tract. There is a 2.29 acre upland preservation located on site. There are no protected species that have been located. The floodplain in the northwest corner is for Gamble Creek watershed management. There are existing utilities from Manatee County located adjacent along Rye Road, which the project will connect to. And we The applicant, as well as the engineer, is also here, and we are available if you have any questions.
I don't currently have any commissioners on the board. Commissioner Serbia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a question. So what I heard you say is that you ask for specific approval to reduce the rear yard setback to 5 feet for accessory structures that are adjacent to a roadway buffer. Is that what I heard?
Yes.
Okay. So looking at this, I would estimate that about half of the lots are not adjacent. Oh, to a roadway buffer? Is that what I'm hearing, or a greenbelt buffer?
No, to the roadway buffer.
So the rear yard setback is reduced if you're adjacent to a roadway buffer?
Correct. Just for the accessory structures.
Okay. So when I look at the lots that are back-to-back lots, which you have a lot of them, with no greenbelt, there's no separation there. What you're going to have are pool screens, potentially, that are 10 feet apart. Is that correct?
Well, this is just for, at the roadway buffer. The roadway buffers are 20 feet.
So it's only for the front yard, accessory structures in the front yard?
Yes. Well, if you have a side yard, then that's why we're also asking for a reduction on the buffers for the corner lots, because then you're having 2.
Okay. So going back to the rear yard.
Yes,
have an
I'll
access-
leave this up so then it shows it much better.
Okay, let me pull that up. Yeah, so do you have a detail that shows the lots that are back to back? Because those are the lots that I'm asking about and trying to understand. The lots that have rear yards facing each other.
Good morning. Matt Morris with Morris Engineering. I've been sworn as well. To answer your question on the lots that are back-to-back, those would fall within the typical county setback standards for that, so we're not at this point asking for any additional relief from what the county standard setbacks are for those back-to-back lots.
Okay. All right, I'm going to go back and look at your specific approval request because then I don't fully understand it.
Okay, well, because
So-
the back-to-back aren't against the roadway buffers. This is for the accessory against roadway buffers.
Because of the north central overlay? Because of the north central overlay?
Yes,
Is that
because
what we're
they
getting
take
at?
precedence, yes.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, it is going to be very, very tight in those back-to-back lots, but I'm sure you understand that, and that's a marketing issue. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Serbia. Commissioner Satcher.
So the specific approval that we're talking about for the roadway buffers, I only see it affecting basically homes that their backyard is towards Rye Road. Right, that's the homes that we're talking about that would, not have to have that extra space on their pool cage is basically what we're talking about, which is relatively, I think this board and previous boards have been pretty consistent approving that. So.
Yes,
But-
that's correct.
But within the neighborhood, that's not really ever going to happen. Y'all are going to design it to where there's not a road in somebody's backyard.
Correct.
How many total lots would be affected by this change? That might sort of bring it to scale for us.
7 lots, I believe it is.
7 lots. Okay. I have no other commissioners on the board here. Do we want to move on to staff presentation? Okay. Dorothy?
Good morning, Dorothy Rainey for staff, and I have been sworn. I probably won't have much more than what the applicants provided, but I will go through this briefly. Is that yeah. Okay, so the request before you is to rezone approximately 54.48 acres from the A General Agriculture and North Central Overlay to the Planned Development Residential retaining the North Central Overlay, and approval of a general development plan for 162 lot residential subdivision with associated infrastructure. The site is 6 parcels, again, totaling approximately 54.48 acres. A zoning, UF3 future land use category, and the use is residential uses currently. There is the future land use, and most everything surrounding it is also UF3. The zoning is general agriculture with quite a bit of that to the north and south, and then to the west, of course, is the PDR, and to the east across Rye Road, North Rye Road is the PDMU. The Rye Ranch that was recently approved. There's an aerial of the site. The surrounding uses, again, to the north is single-family residences and agricultural land zoned A, as well as A1. To the south are single-family residences and vacant land zoned A. To the east is the vacant proposed mixed use that was recently approved for Rye Ranch. And to the west is a single-family residential neighborhood, Southern Oaks, and also planned development residential. There's the site that's been shown previously. 2 main boulevard entrances off of North Rye Road. And let's see. The wetlands to be preserved around the stormwater facilities are located in the western half of the project area in general. The amenity feature will be a 1.11 acre area to be developed with various amenities, as well as a trail through the wetland and stormwater areas. That's up in the loop there on the northwest corner of the site. Internal roadways are proposed in mostly a grid pattern. That's what I went over. The specific approvals, as the applicant mentioned, I think we explained the first one about the 15-foot setback being reduced to 5 feet only where rear yards back up to the roadway buffer along North Rye Road. The other one is 25-foot setback, front setback, reducing it to 20 feet, and with the requirement of a 5-foot distance between the front lot line and the beginning of the sidewalk. So it allows the extra space to, in case they do overhang, past the 20 feet, there's going to be a space to allow them to not overlap the sidewalk. And then, of course, the last one is 20-foot front yard setback for the secondary. This only applies on a corner lot to go down to 15 feet, and that, that's way more than the usual side setback of 8 feet. So staff is in agreement with that. The positive aspects, the area is transitioning from agricultural to residential and mixed-use development. The open space and landscape buffers are provided above minimum of 25% at 46.49. The recreational area is being provided at 1.11 acres. Potable water and sanitary sewer facilities are available by connection. And approximately 9.44 acres of conservation lands are being provided. And 2.29 of that is in pine, music, oak, which is a rare habitat. Negatives, future residents may experience noise impacts from the vehicles traveling on North Rye Road. And the project is adjacent to A-zone property, which may potentially have uses incompatible with residential. Mitigating factors are that North Rye Road is a thoroughfare road. However, the GDP shows the required 50-foot wide roadway buffer, which may mitigate some of the noise and visual impacts. And the proposed lot sizes are comparable and consistent with nearby approved projects. And we conclude that the request for rezone to PDR with GDP and the specific approvals with stipulations are in compliance with both the comprehensive plan and the land development code. And if you have any questions, I have tried to answer them. Thank you.
Okay, I don't have any commissioners on the board. No questions of staff. All right, let's move to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on this matter? All right, seeing no one. Staff, do you have any closing comments? No. Does the applicant have any comments? They do not. Commissioner Satcher, would you like to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So looking at this application, I just want to commend everyone. When we get that is within the current line of the urban service boundary, and, we've gotten some pretty big requests for pretty intensive uses, and of of course, I'll say once again, my ideal is to, live on the ranch in the Bonanza series. So of course, I'd love more than Res 3. But it is what, we live here, and a lot of people want to live here because it's a beautiful place. So when you're asking for Res 3 and very reasonable accommodations in the 2 exits, looks like you're widening those exits. I hope, I lived in Rivers Reach, and so, that does end up being a fast road. It'd be great if you have, it looks like there's already planned turn lanes there. So I just want to thank the applicant for bringing us a good proposal, and I'll be voting for it.
Thank you, Commissioner Satcher. We'll entertain motions, sir.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Satcher to approve, a second by Commissioner Cruz.
Mr. Chair, just say the motion for approval as stated in the staff report.
Yes.
So moved.
So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Ms. Shank?
Okay, the next 2 items, 5 and 6, are both quasi-judicial. They're related in the sense they're next to each other, but the applicant and planning commission requested we hold public hearings separate and all quasi-judicial, so we should hold them separately. But there might be questions coming to both. Number 5 is zoning ordinance PDR 20-20ZG, Grabby Gamble Creek Farms. This is a proposed privately initiated rezone of approximately 93.881 acres, generally located south of Golf Course Road, approximately 0.75 miles east of Fort Hammer Road, and approximately 1/2 mile west of Spencer Parish Road in Parish, from the General Agricultural North Central Overlay District to the Planned Development Residential, retaining North Central Overlay District. Proposes to approve a general development plan for approximately 266 single-family attached units. And the planner is Marshall Robinson. So next we go to disclosure ex parte.
Has there been any ex parte communication? None. All right, we will move into applicant presentation. Mr. Neal.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm Pat Neal, 1003 59th Street Northwest, and I have been sworn, and I signed the new card, and everything's good. The planning chairman accused me of filibustering, so I'm going to spend 2 hours, I meant to say 2 minutes and 40 seconds, on the introduction and a little bit about Neal. I might say that I bought my first building permit in Manatee County on January 14th, 1970, and Carol, I think the only real controversial project that I had was Wildwood Springs in September of 1974, and I hired Rod Fass of the Carpenters Union to picket the old Manatee County Courthouse with a bunch of signs that said jobs. Since then, I've become much less controversial, and this project today is not controversial, Mr. Chairman. This is my belief. It's called Gamble Creek Farms. We've worked with your team for 14 months on it. Your team has done a great job, and we think we've ironed out all of the problems and that you'll find a somewhat more affordable project in North Manatee County being done by Neal for families, and that you'll find that we've worked through everything. I have with me today Christopher Hatton, a professional engineer from Kimley, Joel Christian, 16 years with the county, you know Joel, Chris Fisher, an engineer from Clearview, Richard Betford, 23 years chairman of the Planning Commission, Connor Burke, a new star at Neal. Connor, you here? Ivory Matthews, a vice president for community development for Neal, big promotion. Caitlin Ryan, her assistant. Ed Vogler, land use lawyer since 1983. We have a non-controversial presentation on Gamble Creek, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, my name is Ed Vogler. I have been sworn. Our planner usually makes this presentation, and she's not able to be with us today, so we have a minor league substitute. But as Mr. Neal indicates, this is a continuation of the area of our very successful Canoe Creek project. And you can see to the west of this site is the existing Cross Creek project. And so this particular piece of property wedges between those two very successful communities. And of course, the land use for residential use and the density is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the land development code. Parenthetically, I'd like to mention here that we have this property under contract from the Grebe and the Keene family. And they owned this property and the property, they owned the property to the east that we came before the board several months ago and obtained approval for our Canoe Creek Phase 4. So that approval is completed, and this one is a continuation of that. The next matter on your agenda is a rezoning, a straight rezoning, for the balance of the property that the Grebe and Keene families will continue to own. And that's mostly wetlands there, but there's about 3 structures and homes, and they want to keep that. That's the business deal we made. So they have legal access to that, and we're providing access to them through our Canoe Creek Phase 4 project previously approved. This property today, as is the balance of the property to the south, zoned A, agricultural, and of course, we're seeking to rezone it to planned development residential with a general development plan. Now, this is a general development plan and not a preliminary site plan, as we do not have the entire product mix and the layout fully understood, but it's PDR with a general development plan in a UF3 future land use category. This is the site plan, and it shows you that it's a combined compilation of 6 different parcels, all owned by the Grebe and Keene families. We've assembled these parcels and have contracted to acquire them. This would be a residential project with 2 access points you'll see at the north to the golf course road. And there is in the southeast corner of this property an emergency access connection through our Canoe Creek 4 project. And that emergency access was discussed in front of this board in great detail at the time that that project was approved, and we have incorporated it as planned into this project. On the south, you'll see that we've planned a connection to another roadway, which is immediately to the west. You can see it there on the drawing. That's a public road. It just doesn't quite connect to our piece yet. But we're planning for it, and we're making sure that that option is available. So in terms of access to this property, we comply with the Land Development Code. We provide the access points on golf course. We have emergency access, and we have a future planning access that we think one day will come into fruition. We have asked for specific approval on a couple of very non-controversial items. I should say in advance that your professional staff has reviewed these requests and has recommended approval. I'd like to discuss them briefly. We have this normal front yard setback to 23 feet as it relates to the garage area, and this is very common now and maybe should be the subject of a land development code change perhaps, but nevertheless a specific approval request for that. We have also asked that the travel lane width be reduced from 12 feet to 11 feet. Now, this is largely to have a more livable community, more landscape, tree lawn, and so forth. I'm from Cleveland, I call it a tree lawn. But that's the purpose of that. Now, we've successfully obtained that approval from you at our project immediately across the street called the SM Ranch. And we're very excited about this design. But one of the key components of this in both our community development districts and our private communities that have HOAs, we prohibit on-street parking and we enforce it. And that's been a very good model for us. And also, this property is in the North Central Overlay, and that has some residual limitations, and one of them is the setback for the swimming pool cage, for example. And so we've asked that that be reduced from 15 to 5 feet, which is the standard in Manatee County in all areas outside the NCO. But at the same time, we've worked with the staff to make sure that our canopy tree planting inside the buffer is not right up against the home, but rather about halfway, so that at all times the canopy trees will not be in conflict with the structures that are on the lot. So all of these considerations have been discussed and resolved, I think, and included into the staff report and the stipulations for the project approval. And with that, I'd like to say thank you for the opportunity. We have transportation engineer, as you heard, civil engineer, environmental planner. I'm leaving someone out. And of course, we have our patriarch, Mr. Neal, to answer any further questions as well.
Thank you, Mr. Vogler. Commissioner Servia, you're the only commissioner on the board.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the very good presentation. So I love the 11-foot travel lanes. I really like that. Less pavement is more. In my mind, my question is this: if you're not going to allow parking on the street, where will the guests park?
Commissioner Servia, less is more. Most of the jurisdictions in which we work now are pretty, might just say, favor the 11-foot travel lane. That has not been the attitude of your staff, and thus we've asked you for years, 11-foot travel lanes, and mostly you've granted them. Answer to your question is as follows. First, every home ever built by Neal has a 2-car garage. Now about 40% have a 3-car garage. And in addition, there will be a pad of at least 2 in the front, so that would accommodate either 4 or 5 cars. Now, some people don't think that's enough. Neal's retirement communities find that that's always enough. Neal's family communities, not always. If you go perhaps to Canoe Creek, you would find it was well handled. The deed restrictions are enforced, and they have a beautiful community without the cars in the street. A better answer I can't give you. Retirement communities are easy, family communities a little harder.
And one supplement, parking is parking, which in our mind is like overnight. The ability to drop off, and to stage is not parking, right? And so families that are moving or families that are having some activity, they're able to temporarily use the travel lane. And that's not, we don't have, an aggressive enforcement on that. And I would only say that in all of the communities that I've either lived in or known, this has always been the case, right? And so it's, as he says, with periodic families, it gets to be an issue. 16-year-old, 17-year-old, they have cars, right? So it gets managed, and we think we have good communities.
And I think you do too. And I think that it's managed through families having a mini storage facility so that their garages don't become that, and they actually use them to park cars. I just think of my community. Some people use their garages to store their Christmas junk, and therefore they do park on the street. And in my community, you can do that until midnight. And then we have somebody who goes around in a golf cart and starts writing down license plate numbers. Look, you guys do a very good job in your communities. You know who you're selling to and what they're buying. And so for those reasons, I don't have a concern. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Servia. We move into staff presentation.
All right. Good morning, Marshall Robinson, Development Services, and I have been sworn. So this property, as Mr. Neal said, is located on the south side of Golf Course Road. It's approximately 0.7 miles east of Fort Hamer Road, and the project is 93.881 acres in size. Here we see the agricultural zoning for the property in the red box. This is the UF3 Future Land Use District, and I should mention it's also in the North Central Overlay District. The request is for 266 single-family detached, attached, semi-detached residential units. As the applicant spoke about, they did ask for specific approvals. It's 3, not 4 in the slide. 1 to reduce the front yard setback, 1 to go to the 11-foot travel lane widths, and also one to go from a 15-foot setback requirement to a 5-foot setback requirement in the NCO for accessory structures. Here's a look at a map. I made this map and tried to color coordinate to give you a better idea of the location context for the property. We see the subject property in the red box here. We've got Cross Creek to the west. We've got Canoe Creek to the east. We've got Phase 4 that was previously mentioned. That was the piece that came in and got approved in this kind of ocean blue color here that says Canoe Creek Phase 4. When that project got approved, that established some emergency access connectivity and some other forms of connectivity to the remaining acreage of the property for the subject property. Here are the developments of these surrounding developments here. I kind of scrubbed the list and went back and looked at all of these developments north of Golf Course Road and everything you see here. The densities, the number of lots, they're all pretty consistent in the nearby area with what Mr. Neal has proposed here. He's been very consistent in terms of the future land use, range of potential uses, density, et cetera. Here's a look at the site plan. 2 full accesses on Golf Course Road. As mentioned, we also have a future access down to the south of the property, and to the east we have the emergency access that was mentioned. The applicant will provide a focal point on the property as required in all planned developments. So we'll have a focal point that establishes community neighborhoods. Mr. Neal always does a good job with those. Sidewalks are proposed, trails proposed throughout the development. And we have 7.79 acres of on-site wetlands. There's a 0.17 wetland impact and a 0.05 acre wetland impact. These are to wetlands D and E. E is where the impact is occurring for the access on the emergency access to the south. And then I'll show you where everything is. These are the development standards that popped up in the bottom right-hand corner of the presentation here. This is the typical roadway section layout. It shows the utility easement, the evacuation route, and the 11-foot lanes with the sidewalks on the side there. So a pretty good depiction of how the internal roadways are going to be laid out. It is, again, a general development plan, not drawn to a PSP level. So when they come in for that PSP and that final site plan, that's when a lot of the development standards and the site development review will be reviewed for. And here's the buffers. We got 20-foot buffers on the perimeter. Got the NCO roadway buffer of 50 feet up there along Golf Course. Here are the development standards, again, for single-family detached, semi-detached. Again, all fairly consistent with the surrounding developments and the development pattern shown on the previous maps. Here are the landscape buffer tables. This is what Mr. Neal offered up in terms of NCO North Central overlay requirements. They've all been met. Normally we see in the NCO a laundry list of specific approvals, and here we only see the one for the accessory structure. So we're getting most of the treatments that the NCO would call for with this proposed project. And that diagram that popped up there in the bottom right, that's again the typical roadway section. Just kind of wanted to go back and kind of show you how those 11-foot roadway lanes would work along the E access to the south. And I'd be happy to answer any questions if anybody has any.
Thank you, Marshall. I don't have anyone on the board. Are there any questions of the applicant, or of the staff, excuse me?
I have questions.
Commissioner Serbia.
Yes, thank you, Marshall. Great presentation and really nice animation there. Although questions is misspelled here.
Oh, sorry.
Yikes. Wait a
Appreciate you pointing that out.
Just a quick question about inter-neighborhood ties. So has the code now eliminated the need for inter-neighborhood ties? Is that?
I don't believe that we've made the amendment. I know there's been a lot of talk and discussion internally about it, but I don't believe the amendment's been made. Specifically to this project, we talked about inter-neighborhood connection, and the emergency access was kind of the primary, but then it was an emergency access, so how much connectivity are you getting there? And then we talked about the future stub to the south being, a future potential connection for access. and inter-neighborhood ties and connecting all these neighborhoods together. And while they don't have a direct access to one of the neighboring properties, I mean, if you go back to the maps and you take a look at the surrounding properties, Commissioner, this is a well-connected string of developments down through there. And it doesn't appear that access for the Canoe Creek, the Cross Creek, or the Gamble Creek projects have any issues. But it is a requirement of the plan development out of 402.7 and PDRs for interconnectivity. And I don't believe we do specific approvals for those. It's not one of those dimensional standards that we get relief or a degree of relief from. You either have them or you don't. And it could very well potentially show up as a negative aspect to the analysis of development. Given the nuance to Mr. Neal's project here, I felt, or staff felt, that there was enough connectivity in the area that for this one, even though we don't have an arrow going into the next door property, felt like connectivity was established to the degree such that it was not a negative aspect of this analysis and report.
Yeah, okay, so great explanation. I think we need to change the code. You know, back in the day when I was in school, I was always taught that healthy communities are connected. You know, you want people to be able to walk and visit each other and ride their bikes and not have to go out on the main roads. But let's face it, things have changed. People are afraid. They don't want to interact with their neighborhoods. They want to live in walled-off communities. And so we have to respect that, I suppose. So I do suggest we change the code, because I'm not seeing many projects that come forward that actually connect neighborhoods anymore.
And there probably is not enough teeth there to make that requirement, because again, we don't have a specific approval in place to kind of give some analysis as to why it is or is not in place, and we don't really go much further in detail on that requirement.
Commissioner Serbia, in addition, we have a lot of subdivisions that are proposing private roads, and we cannot enforce inter-neighborhood with private roads. This is, sometimes it's adjacent to a private community, and we don't have any way to enforce that, be connected.
Right, I understand that.
Or they're proposing a gated community, and we cannot enforce that.
I think there's always opportunities for pedestrian connections and for trails to connect. And again, I was always taught that that's a very way to build healthy neighborhoods and communities. But I do think the world is changing and has changed, and we may not be in the same place. So I just don't want to keep a requirement in our code that's no longer viable. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Serbia. We're going to move to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on this specific agenda item? Yes, sir. Come right down. Please state your name and your county of residence, and we'll start your 3 minutes. Have you been sworn, sir?
Yes, I've been sworn.
Excuse me,
Mike
Mr.
Dalzell,
Chair, I just wanted
Manatee
to,
County.
Well, just one moment. I'm going to hear from the county attorney.
I just wanted to state, after this project, we're going to take a break at that point for the clerk's benefit.
Yes, we're going to wrap this one up, and then we're going to recess. Union required. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, we're not a union, so everybody knows. Just wanted to clear that. Funny though.
Way to go, Mr. Chair.
My name is Mike Dalzell. I live in Cross Creek, Manatee County. New resident, been there about 6 months. It is presently my permanent residence. So I had more questions as I did in the last meeting. Had some communications with Ivory. We're going to be walking the site. I guess on behalf of several of my neighbors within the community, there are some concerns. We don't understand. I mean, I can read diagrams. And by the way, I can help with the parking end because I happen to be a parking expert, to be honest, and enforcement and so forth. But be that as it may, that's a topic for another time perhaps. But, so I'm on Renwick, and several of the folks that I'm kind of doing this for as well live on Renwick, and that's the whole strip. So, you know, 2-story homes, buffer 20 feet. I don't know what that means. Is this a gated community? Is there a wall going up? Where is that wall going up? Those kinds of things. And I understand from the beginning that this is a preliminary plan. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's quite a bit of an investment several of us have here. So, you know, people are talking about selling if they're going to be 2-family homes. I mean, I'm trying to get a feel what this is going to look like. What's the impediment on this thing? The access roads, pathways, communities, that's great. The roadways, not so much. Look, we all came here for a real good reason. I came from New Jersey. I came here for a lot of different reasons. also another topic for later on, but, but I look at these roads, I mean, I love it here, I really do. I'm a member over there at Waterleaf, I mean, I like the whole community, I got multiple friends in multiple communities already. The roadways are already jamming up, right? So you talked about a 10, 20-year, 30-year plan. What's this all looking like? Listen, everybody wants to come here, I get it. But, you know, at some point, I don't know what 266 homes looks like on 94 acres. I know 130 homes are in Cross Creek at this point, and I don't know quite the acreage yet, but I think it's 70. So the density seems to be pretty thick, right? So I'm just trying to get a feel of what is really the magnitude of this project, as are several of our neighbors. So I want to know, am I going to be looking at the back of a 2-story home? You know, I mean, if I am, I am. I mean, but I'd like to know that now. And when does this project start? You know, I've already gone through a year's worth of construction, so how long is this going to take? So I don't know if they're appropriate questions, but I just wanted to ask them.
Sure.
Okay?
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else from the public who would like to come down to speak on this specific agenda item? All right, seeing none. Staff, you have any closing comments?
Only that the project meets the, or exceeds the, meets the density of 3 dwelling units per acre.
Okay.
Nothing more.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Would the applicant like to make a statement?
Hi, Ivory Matthews. So I have spoken to that resident, and we are meeting tomorrow. And so the plan tomorrow is to make sure that the details are discussed on site. So we will be meeting on site to discuss what buffers look like, what that looks like to an adjacent neighbor, and kind of show them what Neil does when we come into the site and set expectations. So we are in communication with our neighbors. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mrs. Matthews. I don't have any commissioners on the board, so I will entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the recommended motion and staff report.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Whitmore. We have a second by Commissioner Baugh. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, it passes unanimously. We're going to take a 10-minute recess. All right,
5, we didn't do 6.
ladies and gentlemen, we're back. And we're on to agenda item number 6. I'll let Ms. Shank introduce the item.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Number 6 is a private initiated rezone Z 2019 related to number 5. It's called the Grebby Keene Home Site. It's a rezone of approximately 33.9 acres, generally located south of Golf Course Road, having addresses of 3939, 40, and 3780 Gamble Creek Road, Parish. Rezoned from the agricultural zone, general agricultural zone district to the A-1 agricultural suburban zone district, retaining all applicable overlay districts. And the planner is Marshall Robinson. And next we do disclosure of ex parte.
Has anyone had any ex parte communication involving this particular case? All right, seeing none, we'll move into applicant presentation. Mr. Vogler.
Ed Vogler, I have been sworn representing the applicant and again filling in for our wonderful planner. And so I'll do the best that I can, but I've indicated to you that this is the residual piece of the Grebby Keene Holdings. And it is presently zoned agriculture, and we are, this is the land area. A couple of things to note about this. This is a heavily wooded, heavily wetland site. And so when you think about, well, it's 33 acres and 3 units an acre, isn't that 90 units? Answer is no, because when you have to comply with the other development restrictions, you cannot use wetlands to justify a land area for home site. So what if we rezone this to A1, we will have to identify a 1-acre upland parcel to support the homes that are on here. And there are some homes on here now. They're cottages and homes, and this has been in the Grebby and Keene family for a long period of time. And while they've contracted to sell their remaining holdings to us that we've just approved in these 2 projects, our requirement contractually and our commitment to them is to rezone this to allow a continuation of the uses that they have. And so that's why this is a straight rezone from A to A1. We don't see many straight rezones anymore, but there isn't any real reason under these circumstances to have a plan at this time. You can see the location here relative to the other projects that have been approved. In blue, the Canoe Creek Phase 4 is the one I'll speak briefly about in a minute. But that's the one that we approved several months ago, and we've allowed for access through that property. Presently, the Keene family holdings have access through easements that go through these lands up to Golf Course Road. So there's legal access today, and there will be legal access after these developments are developed and put in place. So there's the A zoning as it exists today on that site, now surrounded by PDR. The proposed zoning is A1 on those lands, and this is in the UF3 future land use category. There was an updated, no, it didn't. So let me just find that. It's the access code. It's right here. I've got it. It didn't get into the PowerPoint. Your staff asked us to make sure we reminded you of this and talked about the access. This is our Canoe Creek Phase 4 project, preliminary site plan, previously approved, existing approved. And what we did in this case is we worked with your staff and the requirements of the Land Development Code to provide access points to this remaining Grebby property. We knew what our commitments were, and we planned for them. And so there are connections, private road connections that meet the requirements that provide legal access through our projects to these parcels. And at some time in the future, if they want to reconfigure the parcel or to do anything relative to future planning, they will need to come forward with a plan, site plan or plat, or some other vehicle that would allow them to make changes on their remaining land. That, of course, would have to be consistent with the requirements of the Land Development Code and the zoning district. The principal element for reason of doing this is because A is 1 unit per 5 acres, and A1 is 1 unit per acre. And if you want to have 3 or 4 units of uplands, you have to have the A1. And so that is the reason we're doing this, and that is the reason that we're here. I think it's pretty straightforward, but I know questions are raised about straight rezonings and allowable uses and so forth. And in that vein, I'd like to mention the question of commercial uses. If anybody thought commercial uses might be appropriate here, it does not meet commercial locational criteria. And there cannot be commercial uses here. I mean, unless some road is built here, a thoroughfare, some road that would support commercial locational criteria. Not possible, not possible. Not physically possible, not on any plan. And so you can see this to be what it is. The family sold their surrounding lands for development. They wanted to retain their family compound. They wanted us to make sure we got the zoning right so it's not non-conforming. And we committed to that, and we're implementing that today. I think it is possible that this may be platted in the future, or it may have some other type of administrative determination that supports the homes that are there. But that's for the future, and today it's a simple and straightforward rezoning, and certainly answer any questions that you have, but we hope that you would act favorably.
Thank you, Mr. Vogler. Commissioner Whitmore, you're first on the board. Servia second.
Just since this is zoned Ag A, that's normally 5 units per acre, and we're doing A1, which would be 1 unit per acre, so there's still 1 acre lots.
Yes.
Which we don't see much of anymore.
Well,
Okay, and is this also, I don't know many Keens, is this Buddy Keen and Patty Keen's property?
I don't
Oh, it
think-
isn't,
I don't
another
think it's
Keen.
that
In
Keen.
Parrish, I automatically thought it was them, okay. And you're right, we don't see many just straight rezones, so, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Whitmore. Commissioner Servia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, this is an interesting one. So at first I was thinking, why didn't you just include it in the PDR rezone if you were going to recognize what's there? But I just heard you say that there may be a future plat coming forward. So can we look back at the access? I want to understand the access slide. So in the A1 district, if I remember correctly, there's 100-foot wide lot width required and 80% of that along a street. So each of these access points provides 80 feet of roadway frontage to these, are there 2 parcels, 2 separate parcels?
Well, there's frontage area that's identified on that drawing, and it's identified on the preliminary site plan, so the answer to that is yes. And then when you get into the private street criteria, there are some other options that exist under that criteria.
Got it, okay.
And so we'll have to work through that, but we think we have, yes.
Okay, so, yeah, that's, okay, that's going to take some working through, I suppose, but I have all the confidence in the world you can do it. All right.
Well, at the end of the day, Commissioner Servia, I think the answer is, you would plat it, you would create formal lots if we end up having to do that, and it's possible that we may. And I don't know the answer to that yet because it hasn't been rezoned, so we don't really have that option. But we've thought a lot about that, and I want to be direct and clear. We could have included this in our project, but the family really didn't want that. They didn't want the stipulations that come with zoning approvals. They didn't want an HOA. So you mix a little bit of this business relationship into the zoning, which it's irrelevant, really. I mean, it's either properly zoned A1 or it's not. But I'm telling you why the motivations for process.
Okay. And do you know how many of the 34 acres are wet?
About, I think 26 or something like that. It's
more than
very, very high number, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this is right along Gamble Creek, you know, I think it's a beautiful compound. And so you can understand the reason why they want to preserve it and not sell it and not be burdened with our project other than having access through our sites.
Okay, and then I guess the last question I have is, so we're not creating non-conforming lots by having access that's less than 80 feet on
think-
these parcels?
I think we're fixing nonconformity.
Fixing non-conforming?
Yes.
Okay.
Right. That's what
Okay,
think
that's all
we're
I
doing.
have, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Satcher.
Mr. Vogler, remind me how many, the project to the north, is that, you'll call that Phase 4, is that right?
Yeah, 162, I believe.
162?
152.
He knew
All right.
where I was going before I asked the question.
All right, well,
Okay, so that's
Let's 10 among
162
friends,
units, and it has the one just normal access and then the one emergency access. Is that correct?
well, so that's correct in part, but when we had that Canoe Creek Phase 4, if you recall, we showed all of the project connections, right? So because if we had conceived it as an original plan, there are like 3 or 4 connections through there now. And so that was explained by Christopher Hatton at that Canoe Creek Phase 4. But that's why the board was comfortable about it at that time. And it included this access.
So you're kind of in, so even with the 30, let's say, you know, you find spots for 30 full homes, you're at 192? Is that correct? 162 plus 30, you still got
I've been
2.
corrected, it's 152.
152, okay.
So if there were 30 homes on this, there's not 30 acres of uplands, but if there were theoretically 30 homes, then it would be 182, in theory.
Gotcha. And then, I'm remembering back, but still hazy. The reason why we wanted that to be an emergency and not just a normal exit was just because of the different communities, the different, as y'all can refer to it as product type. You feel like that everyone, both neighborhoods will be more comfortable without it being a full open connection, is that correct? Am I right on that?
Yes, there are different types of target buyers. And as Mr. Neal explained about current community that we approved here today, is more family-oriented. There's another reason, too, is it's a very constrained wetland access point and doesn't lend itself, you know, as well to like full connectivity. And then the final point, if you don't mind, just a brief expansion. You know, this question of interconnected neighborhoods you mentioned, you know, and the planning theory and so forth. But the reality is that people now want limited connections. Right. And they want, if not gated and walled, which I don't know if I go all the way to wall because we do a lot of fence treatments in our night. But you know, even when you have a connection to a public road, the way you set up your entry, the way you man it sometimes, you know, you create elements of security. And so, Commissioner Satcher, it goes to the question of emergency access, right? So, like, for example, and this is maybe some history that is irrelevant, but we have our wonderful University Park project, and I think we have 19 emergency access points, at least.
That was the old days.
And yes, it was the old days, you know, it's like, but we do have those. And they're for emergency purposes, and they function. They've got bollards, they have identifications. And I mean, nobody, I mean, in all the time since that wonderful project has been, I've never heard anybody say, we've had trouble with emergency access, or we've had trouble. So I think the codes are the codes, but the reality is the developers respond to the marketplace. And maybe interconnected communities was a planning goal, you know, in the 90s when you went to school, but maybe earlier. But that's a little joke. But
88.
we sort of, you know, we're evolving.
Well, you know, overall, I'll say this, and then I probably won't speak again. But just since it's in my district, I try to address concerns that people may have. Overall, today I've been brought, 2 Res 3 developments that are surrounded by a lot of Res 3. And then here we have an Ag 1 that's surrounded by Res 3. So for keeping, that area, what makes it unique, and I'm not going to complain under those circumstances. And just to offer also just a little, it's a unique property. You see that it's down at the bottom of where other ones are. So I understand your issue with access, but it seems like you've made some accommodations for emergency access at least. And so that doesn't mean that I'm excited about doing this, 20, 50, 30 times in the future. But for today, being asked to do Ag 1, I think that's probably, that might be a great goal for the parish area. So, all right, thank you.
Well said. Thank you, Commissioner Satcher. We're going to move into staff presentation. Marshall Robinson is our Manatee County planner who's been assigned to this. Mr. Robinson?
Thank you, Commissioner. Marshall Robinson, I have been sworn. A lot of the details have been gone over with this project. I'll just say it's a standard rezoning. We don't get plans like a GDP or a PSP. This is simply to rezone the property, check it against the comprehensive plan policies, make sure that it's in compliance with the land development code requirements for the acres that are presented here in the project. Procedurally speaking, I'll just say that, as we reviewed this, we checked it against, the density requirements and the requirements for, access. We did, Mr. Vogler did a good job of explaining the Canoe Creek Phase 4, which was done where we could make sure that we had some kind of access to the subject property. So when it comes in for final site plan approval or administrative approval, and again, we're not creating any lots, it's just what you can and can't do on the property under the zoning district, and in this case, they're asking for A1. So when it comes in for administrative approval, if it does, it'll be reviewed for A1 standards. Be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Any questions for Mr. Robinson? Okay, we're going to move to public comment. Is there anyone who would like to come forward from the public to speak on this specific agenda item? Seeing none, does the applicant have anything to add? Commissioner Servia is on the board.
Yeah, I just have one question, and Marshall, I don't mean to be redundant, but this project meets all requirements of the Land Development Code and Comp Plan, correct?
I don't think it's required to meet all requirements at this juncture in the
All
rezoning.
applicable requirements.
All applicable requirements.
Of the Comp Plan and Land Development
To
Code.
the best of my knowledge, it meets the Land Development Code and the comprehensive plan.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to hear. Thanks.
Okay, having verified that, we're entertaining motions.
I'll make a motion that we approve the recommended motion by staff.
Second.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Whitmore and a second by Commissioner Servia. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed? Madam Clerk, it passes unanimously. It is 11:10, Commissioners. We have an 11:30, hard recess, but in the next item, there is opposition. Do we want to start that, or do we want to go ahead and head to our next obligation?
Or, Mr. Chair, I could try to do the concession. It's not a public hearing.
Right.
Okay, let's do that, Madam.
Vogler's here. If you hear this, he's here, so.
Very good. Go ahead, Ms.
Let me
Shank.
just get my
Oh, the
stuff out
concession?
here.
Okay. And the other after lunch then? The other two?
Yes, there is.
Correct. Then we'll do item
project after
7.
lunch will be number 7, Cedar Run.
Okay.
No, they shouldn't.
Okay, here we are. Okay, number 8 has some history to it. I was just going to recite it for the record. The initial request was heard by the board back in July 22nd, 2020, was for the creation of a new Phase 4, a 17.02 acre parcel with 22 residential units, which were transferred or reallocated from within the boundaries of the overall concession project, which is 1,279 acres. The board at that time denied the development order on July 22nd, 2020 by adoption of Resolution 20-103. In response to this denial, the applicant requested a mandatory mediation and dispute resolution process before a special magistrate, and that was held as a public meeting at the Convention Center on January 11th, 2021. At the request of the property owner, the special magistrate proceeded in fact-finding capacity and entered a recommended order on October 29th, 2021. The recommended order concluded that the actions of the board in adopting Resolution R-2103 and subsequent denial R-21-147 were not unreasonable, and accordingly recommended the initial development order remain undisturbed. On December 6, 2021, the property owner, through their attorney, Mr. Vogler, provided written notice that the property owner's rejection of the board's acceptance of the special magistrate's recommended order. It's sort of a peculiar statute, the way it's worded, but the next step says, within 30 days after such rejection, which is today, so I have to proceed today, Section 7051-22 Florida statute requires the county to provide a written statement of allowable uses to the property owner, which identifies allowable uses for the subject property. And I consulted with Marshall Robinson, who was the case planner at the time, and Rosina Leidner, who was the signatory for this letter. She's our expert witness, that recites the 4 approved development orders for the concession, and it reiterates the uses for the overall concession property, which is the 1,279-acre project. And, there's the 255 residential lots previously approved, 18-hole golf course, clubhouse. There was a temporary sales office, and then most recently, there was a private helistop added, and the 16 multifamily residential units and 16 individual buildings amid the golf course, which were approved on February 5th, 2009, still remain there. That's what they were proposing to transfer to the Phase 4. So they still have the 16 multifamily entitlements. So our contention is they have the same entitlements as before, and I've attached all the approved development orders. And probably the next step is litigation. So this is not a public hearing, but we can hear from the applicant if they wish to address this issue. And if you have questions for staff or myself, we're here,
Okay, should we move forward hearing from the applicant?
if they wish to.
Mr. Vogler?
Yes, thank you. Ed Vogler, I'd like to take a few minutes under the statute that allows me to comment on this. And let's start with the proposition that we don't really agree, and I understand that, and I won't belabor this. However, the short story is I don't think your letter complies with the law, and I'm going to explain it to you and hope that you'll consider what I'm explaining. But first of all, the brief context is we went to a special master, a special magistrate. We proposed a 15-lot subdivision, which was a modification. That was a mediated resolution with your staff at mediation. The board did not approve that. So we went to the special master for his order. And in our opinion, his recommendation did not comply with the statute or the law. And it's very frustrating for us. I could explain to you why, but it's not a responsibility of the board. You don't manage the special master or special magistrate. He manages it himself. But he did fail to comply with the statute. But now, to complete the dispute resolution process, as county attorney has explained, you're obligated to act today. And what you're supposed to do is describe, I'm reading from the statute now, you're supposed to describe as specifically as possible the uses or use available to the subject real property. That's what the statute says. This is your obligation to complete the dispute resolution process. The county attorney's office, I believe, and maybe in conjunction with planning department, prepared a letter for this purpose, and it's in your agenda package. The letter does not comply with the dispute resolution statute. We pointed this out by an email of December 13th, 2021, so this position is not new, but it's the first time I get to explain it to you, which are the decision makers. Your letter simply says you can build 255 units on 1,200 acres. Okay, What I want you to answer the question is, when you read this letter, ask yourself, question, are we describing as specifically as possible the uses available to the subject property, which is 17 acres? So, okay, you don't like 22 units, you don't like 15 units. When the motion for denial was made, there was no indication of reason. There are no findings of fact in the ordinance. There has been no finding of fact by the board. One of the justifications for denial is that this property is east of the future development area boundary. That is very curious to me, and I don't think sustainable, because this property has always been east of the future area development boundary, always, future development area boundary, always. And in 2004, and this is the thing I wish you'd reflect on a little, in 2004, this landowner entered into an agreement with Manatee County and paid Manatee County $1 million and extended the water and sewer lines out to this property and negotiated 255 residential units. And what your letter says is, you got 233, okay, we want the other ones, right? And I think we're entitled to them. And so I just ask you to comply with the statute. And your letter doesn't do that. It doesn't tell me what I can have on the 17 acres. I mean, I'm not telling you what to say, but you got to say something. But it's incredible to me, the special master, the board. I mean, nobody even says, well, look, it's 1 unit per 5 acres, right? 17 acres, you get 0. Okay, all right. So I can tell that I'm resonating with you by your posture, but let me just tell you, one final thing. We come here all the time. We work with your staff. We communicate. We understand each other. We come before you, and a lot of times you have to make a tough choice, and I understand. But when there's a legislative process that is intended to provide relief, you're supposed to participate in that. And landowners, which are also voters, they ask that you participate. And I know that a 7-member board can't participate, so we have this sort of truncated process where we work with the staff, and then we work with the special master, then we come forward. But this isn't the way it's supposed to be done, and I'm asking you to change that today, and that's what I'm asking. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vogler. We have Servia and Whitmore on the board. Commissioner Servia.
Madam Chair, if I could just respond quickly.
Yes.
I did consult in depth with Mr. Marshall Robinson and Rosina Leidner, and I just want, and they can clarify if I misstate, but the units being transferred or reallocated to that proposed Phase 4, well, not from Phase 4. They blur out the density limitations in the ag rural future lands classification if they had separate density. And Mr. Loback pointed that out in his testimony, and we would have probably lost the comprehensive plan consistency challenge on that point, blowing out the density cap in the future lands classification. That's why it was structured the way it was, and staff can back me up if I misstate it, to transfer the equivalent of those 16 multifamily units over to the Phase 4, which through calculations is really 22 single-family homes. When the calculations they used to transfer it. Rachel Layton helped with the staff with that. So it has no independent entitlements now. All it ever had was a temporary sales office for a short period of time when it was approved. So I'm just clarifying that. It's a little bit of a history nuance to this. But that being said, I just want to clarify, I'm bringing this forward because the statute says within 30 days, county, you shall. If the board wants to cogitate over this or think about it, deliberate, we need the applicant's agreement, and you can do so. I'm not saying it's a lot to digest, you don't act on today, but I was on a statutory deadline to bring this forward, so I'm just clarifying.
Thank you, Ms. Shank. Commissioner Servia?
Yes, thank you for that explanation, and thank you to Mr. Vogler. I think I may have been the only one who supported this project initially. But my question to you, Sarah, and maybe you just said it, but if you could say it more succinctly, is our letter legally defensible? Because we heard from an attorney that it's not. It's not legally meeting the requirements. Do you disagree with him?
I've discussed this letter with our chief litigator and all various attorneys in the office who would handle litigation, and we're all in agreement that we attach the approved development orders, and they speak for themselves. And they include the Phase 4 section, they include all the property. All the approved development orders don't allocate anything to that Phase 4. They allocate it different areas. So it complies with the law, in my opinion. If staff has anything to add, is that correct, Rosina? Have I stated correctly for the record?
Yes.
Okay, well, she's an expert, she signed the letter, so I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, thank you, Rosina, thank you, Ms. Schenk. I would just caution us as a board to sort of tread lightly here so that we don't put Ms. Schenk in a more precarious position during litigation. Commissioner Whitmore and then Commissioner Baugh.
Yeah, after listening to Mr. Vogler, and actually I brought some concern up during my briefing on it, and actually reading the statute, I would have concerns. So either we bring it back or I won't vote for the letter. Because after seeing it for myself, I got told, no, well, we got to do this. Well, I just want to make sure I'm making the right decision. So that's my thoughts.
Thank you. Commissioner Baugh.
I was just going to reiterate what you said, Mr. Chairman. I think that this is what I'm hearing. It's pretty much legal, and I think that that's left up to our attorneys to handle, not this board. And so I would rather, obviously, I think it's probably going to end up in litigation, I do believe. So I want to just not say any more than we have to. I think we need to follow the lead of our county attorney at this point. But that's just me.
Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, I agree. We have a great legal staff here, and they're saying this is a legally viable letter in accordance with the law of what we need to do and the statutes. And the request being made is that we're somehow required to dictate what a developer can and can't do with every square foot of every piece of property. This is a Phase 4 of an existing plan. The plan had 255 units. Nobody, if I recall correctly, ever said you can't build the remaining 22. There was a place for those remaining 22. It was agreed upon that's where it was going to be. This is a request to move it to a different section here. I mean, this is 17 acres of a Phase 4, and as Ms. Schenk said, there was no plans to build on this. It was a sales office, and that's what it was for. So, I'm trusting my attorney because I don't know as much about the law as she does by any stretch of the imagination. And if she says it's a good letter and this is a requirement that we pass this letter to complete our obligation, then I'm in support of doing so.
Thank you, Commissioner Cruz. Well said. We'll open this up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on this specific agenda item? All right, seeing none, I'll entertain motions.
And I'll read
Have it in front of me.
the action requested is to, I move to approve the written statement of allowable uses presented by the county attorney's office and to authorize execution of same by the county's designated representative from the Building and Development Services Department.
So moved.
So we have a motion to approve as read by Commissioner Cruz and a second by Commissioner Baugh. Commissioner Satcher is on the board. Go ahead, sir.
You got 4 minutes.
I'm just curious where Commissioner Bellamy is on this, if you don't mind. I mean, you haven't spoken on it.
Neither have you.
I haven't either.
No, listen, I have a problem with that. The reason,
Wait, Commissioner Bellamy has not pressed his button. We're not going to dialogue on this. Less is more. If he wants to press his
We
button,
did now.
if he wants to press his button and
how
respond,
cute.
that's fine. Commissioner Servia, you're next on the board.
Yes, thank you. And so, just so that you understand my vote, I'm going to vote to support what our staff is doing because I believe in our attorneys and our staff. But I did not support this, and I still don't think it's the right decision from a land use perspective. But because of where we are, I believe that everything's been done legally, and I will support it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bellamy.
yeah,
Speak now.
Oh, I don't have a problem with that, and I owe you one. I owe you one. Just listening to everything, I was going to follow the guide of the attorneys, and that's my position on it. And I think, the chair pretty much stated very clearly, this is probably going to be a legal matter one way or the other, so to tread lightly. And if you just follow me, over the last 3 years, if the attorneys say this is the direction they think we need to go because we're going to end up in court, I'm not going to court with them. So I'm going to follow their guide and wish them the best of luck in court. So that's my position.
Thank you, Commissioner Bellamy. So we have a motion on the board, and we have a second. All in favor supporting the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? And it passes unanimously, Madam Clerk. It's 11:27. We're going to recess this for lunch and return at 1:30. We are in recess.
I think it starts at 12, right?
Really? Still one short. Okay. All righty, thank you. I reckon so.
Okay, welcome everyone. Today is December 13th. This is the Manatee County Tourist Development Council. Commissioner Servia is stuck on the bridge. There's a terrible accident, and we don't think she'll be able to make it here, so I am the alternate, so I'll be chairing the meeting. She is not the one involved in the accident, just to be clear. So with that, I'm going to ask everybody to please stand up for the Pledge of Allegiance. Then we will have the invocation by Reverend Dick Rogers. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And Reverend?
Will you join me in prayer? Father, we thank you for this wonderful opportunity to come together and discuss freely our ideas and our thoughts, and our prayers are that you would work through these discussions to create an environment here for residents and visitors that will bring glory to your name. And as we gather, we do pray for those that were in that accident. Father, it's a scary time, and my prayer is that your grace and your healing would be there at this very moment, and enabling those that are there to care for them and do the right thing. Father, I pray for all the members of the council here as individuals, as they come here and sacrifice their time publicly. We recognize that each of them have their own lives with their own challenges, family challenges, financial challenges, health challenges. I pray that you would bless them for their participation as they give of their time to help us all. And Father, I pray for these deliberations together, that you would work through them, that you would give wisdom to those present, that we would listen with grace and with respect to all points of view, and then guide us through the difficult process of making decisions that will make this a wonderful place for all who come. We ask this in the name of Christ Jesus our Lord. Amen.
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 Thank you, Reverend. My daughter and I were both baptized in your church, so welcome today. First item up for the agenda is the meeting minutes, and I need to have an action, please. Do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve.
Mayor? Second by Ed Childs. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody against? Motion carries. Now we're going to open this up for public comment. You'll have an opportunity at the beginning of the meeting and at the end of the meeting to make a couple public comment. So if you'd like to stand and give you 3 minutes or maybe longer. Come on up. Oh, okay. Mayor Chappie, Bradenton Beach.
I'm going to introduce John.
Are you guys together?
Kind of, but that means 6 minutes, I think. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Board. I just wanted to thank you guys so much for everything that you do for Manatee County. We live in such a great community. There's so many great, wonderful things that are happening, activities, involvement in our environment, our tourist industry, agriculture. It's just, what a great place to live. And this time of year, I hope we all remember to be so thankful for what we have in our great lives here with our families and our friends. I also wanted to thank you so much for all the help and support that the TDC has given the city of Bradenton Beach in some great projects that we've done in the past and that we plan on doing in the future with the $150,000 grant with our match to do some great things for revitalization, our additions to our floating dock facilities, and that all helped to make successful our Christmas on Bridge Street just recently. And I'm here to introduce John. How do you, Ingres? John, I've only known him for about 6 months. He's done an amazing job working with the merchants in Bradenton Beach, and we had such a great, successful festivity over the weekend, 2 weekends ago. And I just wanted to introduce him so he can show some of the pictorials and some of the things that he does as a living for tourism in Manatee County and in Bradenton Beach. Thank you very much.
Mayor, and happy birthday pretty soon, if I recall. I know it's in December. You're older. Welcome, and could you state your name for the record?
Sure. Good morning. My name is John Egros, and my company is called Axis 360 Media. And I want to thank the mayor again for the invitation to be here, and thank you, the board, for welcoming me. I just want to take a few minutes to show you some of what we've been working on to reimagine Love Bradenton Beach as an interactive destination experience and a new way of doing that and what it could potentially be. I've been a resident of Manatee County for the last 6 years. In 2015, I relocated here from the Chicago area with Feld Entertainment in Palmetto. I worked there for nearly 14 years as both a graphic designer and a photo producer, primarily working with Monster Jam and Monster Energy Supercross properties. Bradenton Beach is really a second home to me, and I visit the beach and business district on a nearly daily basis, and so it's just as important to me as if I was a business owner there myself. One of the things I was kind of honestly a little bit dumbfounded by is the fact that even after this amount of time, there's still so many things that I'm just now discovering things to do and places that I didn't know about. And that's a little bit of what we'd like to use Love Bradenton Beach to solve in that area, in that community. And it started as an idea over coffee as a way to promote business and travel in the area, and it's grown into a partnership with my friend and associate, Walter Luz, and we have called that, for now, Dynamic Destination Solutions. And so I'm going to jump right in and show you a little bit of what we've been working on. So this is a short video here, and I do not need sound on this, but this is some of the footage and video from the Holidays in Paradise events, which also included a contest. There's some drone footage I captured, different things like that that we use on the social media and on the website to make it more dynamic and changing with what's going on. There's some 360 footage from above the tree as it was built. So I just want to mention that Love Bradenton Beach right now has been worked on completely on our own investment. And so our core focus has been to build the core functionality, which I'm about to show you. And our next step is we're populating that with content and building relationships with the local businesses. So the site is, at first glance, appears like any traditional tourism destination site. You have your categories with your business listings where you can find different things to do, places to eat, places to shop, etc. And we've got listings here in the see and do category. And so let's say someone wants to take a Segway tour. They can go, this is an example of a very, very basic listing. And it takes the customer right to the ability to book directly through it, and they can book their tour there. Now, I want to back up and tell you what makes us different is that the site is dynamic, so all the events and different opportunities, things to do, tours, cruises, all those different opportunities of things to do are dynamically built and listed into the site. So right on this page, the potential visitor is already seeing like, oh, here's the next 3 things coming up I could do today, and get right to booking them. And at the bottom of the page is a full, complete list of all those things. As I said before, we've just developed this functionality, and we're building this out with more content as we speak. Another key thing that makes it different is called Explore Bradenton Beach. And so what this is a virtual version of the main district within Bradenton Beach, and people can walk around and explore and check out all the different businesses, the different opportunities, things to do. And now, sure, that may lead them to places to stay, things like that, in addition to all of those categories, like I said, places to eat, places to shop, all that stuff. They can find all those places, but what's really key is it gives them a better sense and perspective of the overall feel of the place. So, for instance, all the Airbnbs or VBROs could be listed, and someone can say, hey, I want one that's near that, where the heart of all the action is, or I want somewhere a little more quiet, and they can better understand that space. It does open up into, you can open it up into its own window. And for example, again, right now, let's say somebody was just exploring, they clicked on the marina, it could open up the marina's listing. This is an example of a more extensive business listing. And so again, it's tied in with the calendar and the different opportunities they have, and the same way it could work with different places to stay, where it takes them right from finding them, their relationship to one another, and being able to book. And so if they clicked on a sunset tour, again, it would take them right to the page, and they would be able to book that and do that right from there. Again, this whole thing is all about giving those potential visitors a customized vacation planning experience. And we appreciate your time. And sorry that went a little long. We appreciate your time. Love to further discuss any ideas of how we could better promote tourism in our community, or how we could potentially help other communities do the same with these tools. And at your discretion, and I could take some questions, or feel free to stop by and chat afterwards. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It looks like, Elliot, it's something that the board should look at. Does any board members have any questions? What are you asking us? You haven't really.
I'm not asking
You're just
anything. It
telling
was
us
just showing you what
what's
we've
going
been
on.
doing and
Okay.
what we've been working
Okay.
on
All right.
and developing.
It's a good job. It's very good. You should try to apply with Elliot sometime, too. You did a great job.
We're at the beginning of this discussion, which is great.
So no questions. Elliot, do you have anything?
No, thank you.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much, sir. It was very nice. Before we go any further, I did want to introduce the elected officials in the audience. We have Janie Christensen from Holmes Beach, if you just want to raise your hand. Clerk of the Court, Angel Coloniso is here. Mayor Chappie did in the back there. And Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, right here in the front, he represents this district. His grandfather actually helped build Community Center, and all his uncles did. And also, he was born on Pine Avenue. So I would say, not born, but that's where he lived before he popped out. So anyways, he has some big family ties, and also his uncle was a city commissioner with me in Holmes Beach years ago. Big family ties to this district. So with that, I'm going to go to the County Historic Properties update. Oh, you know what? Before we start, real quick, I didn't know I was going to do this until I walked up here because Misty isn't here. We should have the board introduce himself. We'll start down with Elliot. Where are you from?
Elliot Felchoni, Tourism Director, Manatee County.
Jack Ryerson, 16-year member of the TDC.
Carol Whitmore.
Gene Brown, Mayor, City of Bradenton.
Eric Cairns, Cedar Cove Resort, Holmes Beach.
Jiten Patel, Holiday Inn, Sarasota, Bradenton Airport.
Ed Childs, Sandbar Beach House, Mar Vista. Gamble Creek Farm.
Thank you. Now we'll go on to item number 3.
Good morning. I'm Angel Coloniso, your clerk of the Circuit Court and Comptroller, and thank you for having us here today. We're here to give you an update on our historical resources, and I'm going to hand it off to Phaedra, and she will stop on a slide that I'm particularly excited about and sharing plans and dreams with you for the future.
Welcome, Phaedra.
Good morning. I'm Phaedra Dolan. I'm the Director of Historical Resources for the Clerk of Court's office, and we have a new flashy video that we put together to advertise our historical resources, and we wanted to share that with you. So we're going to do that first, and then we'll go into the PowerPoint.
I think Mr. Dolan better get this right because they're married, just so you know.
I'm glad he's on his knees right now.
You don't mess up on your wife's presentation.
It was me. I messed up. While we're waiting, I have some brochures of our parks. I'm going to bring that to you. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
While you're getting set up, you want me to move to one of the next agenda would be item 5 to introduce Nick Azera? Or are you ready? Okay, so I'm going to go to item number 5 real quick. And I think Elliot or somebody wants to introduce Nick.
Come on up, Nick, to the lectern. I'm trying to back off this mic because I'm loud and this is really hot. Thank you so much, Charles. Good morning, Nick. I want to introduce Nick Azera. Many of you know Nick over the years. He's worked for Manatee County for 12-plus years. And we brought Nick over to our organization, as you all know, with the growth of the airport, the growth of feeder markets, more Midwestern, a lot of Western cities. We really needed some additional support, and Nick was the perfect person for that. The more you know Nick, incredible journalist, incredible writer, and he's going to head up our communications department, public relations, media relations, etc. So we're real happy. He's going to work with Kelly Clark, our chief marketing officer, so she can look downfield a little bit more than she's been able to because of the growth that we've had. So welcome, Nick. You want to do a little Nick Azera commercial?
Sure. Thank you, Elliot. Good morning, Chair Whitmore and members of the TDC. Nick Azera. Yes, so I was the Public Information Officer in the County Administrator's Office for many years. Prior to that, I worked for the Bradenton Herald, and probably interacted with you probably more in that capacity than I did as the Public Information Officer, but I was, my team and I were the ones who sprung to the front of the line whenever there were hurricanes and community disasters, but also helping to share the good news. And so in October, as Elliot mentioned, I had the opportunity to come and join his team, and it's been a great fit. They were so welcoming to me, and you just touched on a little bit of the things in front of this area in terms of tourism, but I think about all the things even more in our backyard, the new hotel being built and the expansion to the convention center and Premier Sports, and there's just so many great things going on with our facilities and potential for good things coming over the next 2 to 5 years. It's an incredible time to be part of that team at the TDC, so thank you for welcoming me, and I'm always available if any of you need anything from me and my team. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick.
Any questions from the board? I was one of those recipients in 2006 when he was a reporter with the Bradenton Herald, and he covered my race. He's pretty tough. He did a good job, though.
The old days.
Welcome, Elliot. Okay, and I did hear that Dave is here now. Dave from the Sarasota. Okay, great. Sorry, I know the traffic's been a little rough this morning. Item number 4, Sarasota Bay Estuary update. Dave Tomasco.
Hi, thank you, Chair, members of the board. Rather than give a presentation, I thought what I'd do is give an overview and something like the health of Sarasota Bay. I always thought our time was better spent, just answering questions that people had. But I can just give you an overview. I'm with the Sarasota Bay Estuary Program. For those of you who are not familiar, we're created by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, patterned after the Chesapeake Bay Program, which has been successful at managing and restoring, protecting the health of a place as large and complex as Chesapeake Bay, which is healthier now than it was in the 70s and 80s. And Sarasota Bay is as well, but Sarasota Bay is not as healthy as it was 10, 15 years ago. And the reason why we have an estuary program for Sarasota Bay is really kind of 3 categories of reasons why you should worry about the health of the bay. One of them is quality of life. We're the only estuary program where the #1 goal we have is to protect water clarity. And that's because people like to enjoy a beautiful bay. They come out here, and just like I do. I've been out on the water every day of the last couple of weekends. And people enjoy coming out to places like Long Bar Point and Longboat Key Pass, and they like to just get out of their boat and throw the anchor out and stand around in waist-deep water, and they want to be able to see their feet. So we have all the advantages of regular estuaries like Chesapeake Bay and San Francisco Bay and Narragansett Bay, where fish and crab and shrimp and wildlife, but we also have a quality of life issue that has to deal with like water clarity. And people don't want to have big rafts of macroalgae wrapping around them, their kids, or their grandkids. It's important to our economy. There is an economic uplift associated with proximity to the bay. People pay more to live on the water than across the street, and more to live across the street than a couple blocks inland or a couple miles inland. And when you total that up, it's about $3 billion. So that's a tremendous amount of your tax base that's associated with proximity to the bay, and that only happens if the bay is an amenity That's not the way it was in Tampa Bay back in the 70s, and that's not necessarily the way it's working in the Indian River Lagoon. If you want to have cheap waterfront canal communities, go to Merritt Island, and you'll pay a lot less dollar per square foot than you would here, or Siesta Key or Longboat Key, because the water is not good there. There's 20,000 jobs associated with bay-related activities. There's commercial fishing, and you may say, well, at Cortez, they go out in the Gulf of Mexico. Yeah, but where do young grouper live? Young grouper live in places like Sarasota Bay. And I mean, I caught one last weekend. But also there's recreational fishing guys. There's 2 of them live on my street, and then there's the bartenders and waiters and waitresses and restaurant owners and bayfront and waterfront businesses. And that's an awful lot of jobs, 20,000 jobs. And then the final thing is really Florida's wildlife heritage. This is the worst year on record for manatee deaths in the state of Florida. Over 1,000 dead. Halfway through this year, we were already the worst year, and the worst year before that was a red tide year of 2013. The epicenter of this die-off is the Indian River Lagoon, and the number one reason why we have such an extraordinary bad year is because they're starving to death. The manatees are starving to death because the water quality in Indian River Lagoon has deteriorated so much. Their seagrass meadows have retreated 60%. We use that as an indicator of the health of the bay. And the remaining 40% is so sparse that their food supply is down 90-95%. So we are going to now, for the first year in our history, pay people to feed manatees romaine lettuce in the Indian River Lagoon so they don't starve to death. That was because they had a 60% decline in seagrass, because their water quality got bad, because they haven't done enough to affect their water quality. We're not the Indian River Lagoon, but we're a third of the way there. We've lost 22% of our seagrass. There are some signs that things are turning around in parts of the bay. There's also reasons for concern. And one of the biggest reasons for concern is Piney Point. Piney Point. If you lived here, you know what it was like in May and June, and it was not good. It wasn't good in the Manatee River, at Taosia Bay. There's all sorts of weird things happening still in our bay. But, you know, with that as background, there are reasons for optimism. Blackburn Bay, down in the far south, actually looks like it's doing better now than it used to be. There are some places where we are seeing some signs of some good things happening, but I figured more than just sitting there and telling you what the health of the bay is, what we try to be is, we try to be like a car mechanic. You know, when your car is not working right, if it's moving into the other lane, if it doesn't stop, you want to ask the mechanic, what's wrong with my car? What do I need to do to fix it? How much is it going to cost? And that's what we're trying to be. We're trying to be like your trusted car mechanic. What's wrong with the bay? What do I need to do to fix it? And frankly, the uncomfortable question, what is it going to cost to fix it? And with that, I just would rather spend my time answering your questions, if you have any, than droning on like this. So,
I know Ed's gonna have some. I just want to ask a couple things.
Yeah.
First of all, this has devastated me about this manatee issue. And I know it's all about the clarity in the seagrass, I know. And any citizen in their right mind hopefully would help with this problem over there. As far as, I thought about 5 or 6 years ago that our bay was the cleanest it had been since the 40s. Because you said something about longer than that ago.
About 10, 15 years ago, from 2006 to 2012, we had a 28% increase in seagrass coverage,
Right.
lower levels of nitrogen, lower levels of chlorophyll, and where we have data, less algae. 2013 onwards has been not as good, but most of that is really because of problems in the lower part of the bay. The upper part of the bay was doing well until the 2016 red tide, Hurricane Irma in 2017, and particularly bad the 2018 red tide. Those three things caused a big problem in the upper part of the bay, right around Longbar Point, between, like, say, Sister Keys and Longbar Point.
Yeah.
But then Piney Point was actually very damaging to Anna Maria Sound. About May and June of this year was at its worst.
And we have a commissioner here that's on your board.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Commissioner Alston.
and also is probably going to be our coastal commissioner, which I'm fighting very strongly for. This is a public meeting, so I can say that. Very strongly for, because we need this. People don't get it. They don't get how important it is to keep our bay clean, get it as clean as possible. So because of the seagrass, etc. We make our livelihoods out of our water and our recreation and these beautiful animals. So I'm going to let Ed go from there. I just don't see why we just can't put clams and oysters, just pour them all over to clean the water out, because that's what he's going to say. Oh, Ed, I'm sure you wanted a question, so go ahead, or comment.
Well, I just want to applaud Dave Tomasco. He is absolutely what we need. He is not a placeholder as the head of this national estuary. He came here to make a difference, and he is making a difference. We appreciate working with him. We all need to be doing our part. This is not about one thing. It's about everything. It's about what each of us do. It's about what we put on our lawn. It's about how we farm. It's about how we ranch. It's about what we pay on our tax bill. It is about what you're willing to pay on your utility bill. It's about the fact that we can't get a bill out of committee, even to be heard in committee, about septic tanks. It's about wastewater treatment facilities in counties and cities that are inadequate because policymakers don't want to charge people a little bit more on their electric bill. And thank God that for organizations like Suncoast Waterkeepers, they went to Sarasota and sat down with the people and said, look, we're either going to sue you and we're going to win, or you're going to update your water systems. And they chose the easy route to update their water system, and they're paying $140 million, and I think that's just the start. Dave, you might be able to address that. 40%, Dave, tell me if I'm wrong, of nutrient loading comes from inadequate wastewater treatment facilities. So we all need to be doing our part. The cities on the island are. Mayor Chappie, thank you for your leadership. City of Bradenton Beach, through their CRA committee, which I'm proud to be on that board, has done 2 clam and seagrass projects. City of Anna Maria is looking at one right now. Where the city is recommending the mayor, and please talk to the city commissioners in Anna Maria, encourage them to support coastal restoration projects. They're looking at recommending, the mayor's recommending $50,000 for a seagrass and clam bivalve restoration project. We've got $50,000 in our hip pocket to match that, so we're going to go out to the citizens of the city and the islands and say, hey, we're got a 1-to-1 match to turn a $50,000 project into a $150,000 project, to talk about what our values are and what we're doing about this most serious issue. Look, we don't have anything if we don't have clean water. You know, we sit here on the edge today of the largest Gulf in the world. We're the only place in the country that has 3 national estuaries, and we have intrinsic resources that we can use to fight the battle. Because I wish there was more that we could do, and there are efforts at hand. I just had the pleasure of going to Glasgow to be a part of the COP26 conference, and there is a whole lot of attention about what we're doing on the uplands and what we're doing with commodities and what we're doing with fertilizer, but there needs to be a whole lot more, because it's just way past time that the Gulf of Mexico is the toilet bowl for the whole commodity, you know, for everything east of the Continental Divide that comes down the Mississippi River. And so we're dealing with that. And then we get hit with a Piney Point. And oh, by the way, there's 24 more over the top of our aquifer in Central Florida. So everybody needs to be involved. 40% of the economy in Florida is on the coast. If we lose that, then there's not going to be money for public safety. There's not going to be money for education. Property values are going to go down. You don't want to see those dominoes fall. So I hope everybody will be doing their part. Go to All Clams on Deck. That's our effort that we launched after Piney Point. We've hired a federal lobbying team. We're going after a federal appropriations, trying to get some state money to match it. We'll then be coming for some local money too. If we can bring $15 million to our 3 national estuaries for bivalves and seagrass restoration projects. The website is up. We'll be publicly launching in January. We've gotten great support from our local senator here, Jim Boyd, and for others. So, Dave, thanks for everything you're doing.
Thanks, Ed.
What about Congressman Buchanan? I think you met, have you been able to?
We absolutely are talking to Congressman Buchanan, and should he become chairman of Ways and Means, we'll be talking to him even more.
Okay.
I wanted to give a special shout out to Manatee County. Piney Point's just been a disaster in the this is the third leak we've had in 20 years. As Ed pointed out, there's 24 of these around there. The volume of spill was 200 million gallons. The concentration of what was in there was 10 times higher than the worst performing wastewater treatment plant in our watershed. So it was 200 million gallons, but if you put it into like a sewage kind of aspect, it was as if we loaded 2 billion gallons of sewage, 80,000 bags of fertilizer brought into the bay in 10 days. Manatee County was trying to solve this problem before it arose, and I think their leadership actually was really important, and it continues this way, and I've had a lot of discussions. We were out there, I think, last week on Piney Point. It's not solved, it's not over, there's an awful lot that could still go wrong. When you go out to that reservoir, the most amazing thing is not that there was a leak, but that there weren't more leaks. There are hundreds of patches along that reservoir. This is not something that's going to go away. It's going to be with us until we close the thing down. But literally, there are things that are still going wrong with this bay. We're going out Wednesday because there's something weird happening in Sarasota Bay in about 10 to 12 feet of water that the recreational fishing guides are asking us to look into. The Alafia River right now looks horrible, and it's not the kind of thing that typically gets captured in a water bottle. So we're sloshing through the effects of what was the worst event in 50 years in Tampa Bay, right around the corner. And so I'd love to say that, like, we got it all under control, but we really don't. But I think what Ed hits on is it's not just government programs. There's an awful lot that the average citizen can do that can make it a lot better, which is watch that you don't over-fertilize. If you have reclaimed water, you don't need to fertilize at all. If you have regular, water, you don't have to over-fertilize. You can watch what you do with your grass clippings, pick up after your dog, reroute your drain spout so it goes into the grass, not your driveway. That's a silly thing to do, but it's an easy thing to do. And also, I think one of the big points is we need to have regulatory oversight that is adequate for what's at risk here. We have not had that with Piney Point. We didn't have it with Sarasota County. It brings up the part that Suncoast Waterkeepers sued Sarasota County. It should never have gotten to that point. We had 750 million gallons of inadequate wastewater came out, not just a one-time event, but over 5 years. And it just shouldn't be that way. It doesn't make sense for us to spend money on restoration projects and programs and stormwater retrofits if a couple miles down the road someone has a discharge event that sets you back 20 years, and that's what happened down there.
The governor, and Commissioner Van Ostenbridge is here, so he can help me. Governor just committed or in his budget that we got the additional $100 million. So now we actually have $200 million to take care of this. This has been on our platform, I know, because I put it on in 2017 to do something. We didn't have the money. So we're not going to give up. This is going to happen. But what I'm not sure, and it sounds like you guys have been out there, I know whether you supported it or not, the deep well is what the state recommended in 2017. And now this is what we're going to be doing now. It went from 10 million that we're putting up, around 10, 12 million. Now I'm hearing it's going to be 20 to 30 million. Well, and we just got the permit, so we're going to start doing that. This is, and we're going to, I think, have to come up with the money and then probably get reimbursed. I don't even know, that's not even worked out yet. We are working very, very hard, but I'm not sure, am I right about the numbers, Commissioner Van Ostenbridge? Yes, I am, okay. All right, so we're trying. Justin Bloom, who is on your waterkeepers, said he didn't, I watched it on the news, said he didn't recommend feeding the manatees. I 100% don't agree. I don't want to, I mean, if it's very expensive, because we've paid for Snooty. Well, I'm sorry, it's who's ever in the tank now. Yeah. We've paid to feed them for years, and it's very, very expensive because they have to have a special romaine lettuce. We always had to get it from California somewhere. So, but I do support that. Yeah, and I'm sorry I didn't mention Commissioner Deborah Williams is here from Lombard Key. She's going to be our liaison in the TDC from now on. I apologize.
Yeah, I want to highlight one of the things about we don't have a position on the deep well, but I will say this: the water quality that would go into the deep well is a lot better than the water quality that was in the pond to start off with. It's not a drinking water aquifer. It's 3,000 feet deep, I think cased to 2,000 feet. It's salty water. It's no one's drinking water aquifer. And frankly, this has been going on for decades. Lots of our local municipalities take water that is of similar quality from wastewater treatment plants and put it down there. So it's not an unheard of thing. It's not contaminated drinking water aquifer. Water is too salty to drink in the first place. The issue about the feeding of the manatees is that that is going to be focused on the Indian River Lagoon, but it does tell you the challenge. One of the big disproportionate deaths were female manatees that were nursing at the time, because the normal manatees that die during cold stress are juveniles, particularly juvenile males, because they're kind of dumb. They're like teenagers and they don't know what they're doing, and they kind of stay in places and it gets too cold, and it's really sad. But what they're seeing this time is mothers that were basically giving up their last bits of energy to feed their offspring. So we have calf manatees that they don't even know what they're going to do. They're going to try to keep them alive for 3 years, and then they're going to have to try to get these manatees to realize they're manatees. But there's there's like a generation of manatees that don't know what to do. They don't know how to act like manatees. They don't know how to migrate. And one of the worst things that's possible is the die-off that happened in Indian River Lagoon happened around a power plant. People go, well, it's a power plant. Why are they hanging out there? They're hanging out there because we blocked off so many of our springs. So there's so many springs that they can't gain access to. Manatees used to go to Rainbow Springs. Now they can't go there. Manatees used to go to Silver Springs. Now they can't go there because we have dams on both those places. So they're going to power plants because their spring habitats have been shut off. And the biggest congregation we have in Tampa Bay, we're not an overwintering site in Sarasota Bay, but in Tampa Bay is not that far away from where the the algal blooms kicked up. And in that area, all the seagrasses that we lost, we've actually done surveys, there's no seed bank there because these grasses grow like your lawn. So if you kill them off, we don't know where the new ones come from. And transplanting may be necessary. We may be doing it ourselves, but that's not how you get, dozens of square miles back. So yeah, it's going to be a really challenging time in the next couple of months.
Okay. Any other questions, Mayor?
Yeah, thank you. Dave, I just want to thank you and for your leadership, because you've kind of brought it down to the common man and woman, where it's a little bit easier to understand. I served on the Sarasota Bay for many years as a councilman with the city of Bradenton, but just listening to you and knowing what you've done and kind of bringing the stories that you've told over time, that, it's not always about one thing, and a lot of people complain, oh, we're overdeveloping, we're doing things, but we've got to manage it correctly, and you've brought that to the forefront, and I think some of the things you've said just kind of bring it to the common person, and that's appreciated, and I know that there's a lot of issues out there that if you sing from the rafters a little more about how people can do the little things, it's, because again, some people say, well, my one little thing isn't going to change it, but a bunch of little things will. So I appreciate you getting that out there and more and helping that. So thank you.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Dave. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner, I'm
Elliot?
sorry, just one comment. Dave, thanks for being here.
Hey,
You're
thanks. I wasn't sure I was going to make it for a little while.
You're
That
so
bridge was
important.
backed up.
You're so important to our region. We need to get you an Italian bodyguard. But Ed Childs and I were down at Crosley last week for a USF fundraiser initiative. And Sarasota Bay Estuary has partnered with us in the past at the Crosley. We'd love to talk to you and Ed about a clam program, revisit where we're at. We did a seagrass mitigation too many years ago when we dredged the boat basin. But kind of just like Mayor Brown just said, we got to do some little projects, become leaders, show prototypes so everybody else joins the party. And I think that would be a great way on the east side of the bay to showcase a really neat program. You got the university there. So we'll follow up with you on that. There's a lot of manatees that hang out in that area certain times of the year as well.
Yeah, our major approach is, Tarpon Springs down to Boca Grande, we gained 40 square miles of seagrass, from the 1980s to about 2016. We didn't get that recovery because we planted it. We got that recovery because the water quality improved and it came in. That doesn't mean we're against transplanting. We're just trying to put it into its correct, perspective. We may need to do an awful lot of transplanting because we lost 2,000 acres. The water quality appears to be back and it's not there. Longboat Key has an awful lot that's happening. They have to they have to put in an additional pipeline. There's all sorts of in-kind mitigation you can do Because that route of that pipeline that goes from Longboat Key to Manatee is about 2 feet deeper than the surrounding areas. And so if you just filled it up 2 feet, you'd get a huge amount of seagrass acreage just there because you would make it shallow enough for seagrass to grow. You're going to be planning some canal restoration. So there's going to be all sorts of manipulative kind of projects available for us to jumpstart. We are actually going to be testing out seagrass transplants in parts of the bay. We don't want to give anyone the green light saying it's a good idea until we test it out, but we are planning on testing it out this spring because we think that there are some opportunities to get regrowth that way. But we do want to say the way you get your water quality back, that's how you get your seagrass back.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I would recommend that you talk to the commissioner from Longboat Key and maybe give a presentation to them, if you haven't already, about those ideas. 'Cause that's a great
yeah,
idea.
at least on the staff level, we've got each other, we text each other all the time, so yeah, they're well aware of what we think.
Good. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, next we have State of Tourism update. Ann?
Madam Chair, if you, I think the clerk of the court is ready. Are you
Oh,
y'all ready?
I apologize.
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay, let's go ahead and do that next. Sorry about that.
No, thank you so much.
I know you guys got to get back to work. Sorry about that.
All right, so again, Phaedra Dolan, Director of Historical Resources for the Clerk of Court's Office, and we're going to start with a brief video introduction of what we offer through the Clerk's Office.
The Historical Resources Department of the Manatee County Clerk of the Circuit Court's Office promotes the preservation and protection of Manatee County's past. Working with a variety of non-for-profit historical organizations and government agencies, we operate 2 historical villages, 2 museums, and historical archives. Through its exhibits and programs, the Historical Resources Department seeks to make the past come alive and to educate our county's residents and visitors. Come see for yourself. buildings or cataloging artifacts and archives, we are proud to collect and care for tangible pieces of our local history and the stories that make our community unique. We invite you to visit each of our historical sites and share in Manatee County's rich heritage.
Oh, that's good. I hope that you enjoyed that. How many of you have been to our sites? I'm just curious. How many of you have been to all of our sites?
I think probably over the
very good.
years, most of them.
So we are the Historical Resources Department of the Manatee County Clerk of Circuit Court and Comptroller. So as you saw in the video, we are the Florida Maritime Museum at Cortez. We are the Manatee County Agricultural Museum in Palmetto. We are Manatee Village Historical Park on State Road 64, where Old Cabbage Head lives. We are the Palmetto Historical Park in Palmetto. And we are the Historical Records Library in downtown Bradenton, the old Carnegie Library. Some of you might remember was actually our public library from 1918 up until 1978. We collect and preserve, share the heritage of communities in Manatee County and their ways of life. That can be our culture, including the working waterfront of Cortez, preserving that working waterfront, the pioneering spirit of our founders in this community. We preserve folk life. That can be anything from net mending to cow hunting, quilting. The colorful personalities who lived here left us wonderful folklore and family histories, and the records of our commerce and agriculture, which is so important, as we've been hearing this morning, to how we've come to live here in our way of life. How do we do this? We host exhibits, special events, unique guided tours, lectures, classes, workshops, and we also provide research assistance. Pre-COVID, we used to have about 50,000 visitors annually, so we're looking to rebuild those numbers. At the Historical Records Library, I'm going to let Ms. Colonizo tell you a little bit more about that because I think we're kind of her favorite right now.
The Historical Records Library, we have all of the other 4 of the 5 sites up and running, and like you heard, we have about over 50,000 visitors a year pre-COVID. And I got to thinking and looking, I don't know about you, but some of us went there to get our first library card when we were younger. Now there's a gate up over the front door. The plans and dreams that I have for that are that the gate would come down. We have everything from the Florida Maritime Museum, our office overseas, all the way to this library. And the Maritime Museum, for example, gives lectures on dolphins and Egmont Key so that people can go learn and learn about those places when they come here. During season, people come home to visit, and I've been in that library when people come in and they want to learn more. They say, my grandmother grew up here, my family grew up here, I don't live here anymore, and they're older now and they want to learn more about what they do. I've even been there when descendants of settlers have come in and want to learn more about the history. My goal for this is that it turns into a gem for genealogy or history center, tying into that downtown core. And we're working with the city of Bradenton on this right now as we speak. Mayor Brown and I have been working on the lease with this building for us. And I would like to turn it into a place where it's open. It's actually open. People come, and I held a Ancestry Day, our first one, right before COVID hit. The majority of people who came that day were actually from out of town. We gave them packets and a packet of information on how to research in a historic research library. They got one-on-one with historians. They loved it. And we were excited, and then COVID hit. So my goal is to turn this in and work on this, to turn it into that showcase. It'll tie into that downtown core, the culture core that we're developing downtown, and the go-to place for this type of research. And right now it's the holiday season. If you can picture, if you will, the top story of that old library, it's the original hardwood floor and 2 cobbled stone, I guess you could say, or cobbled rock fireplaces on either end of the room. Someday I'd like to have it to a point where we can get maybe the Crosley players there to do a Dickens story, a Christmas carol at Christmas time, holiday season time. So if we could do all kinds of different events there to promote that heritage. We share our beautiful sunsets, our beautiful beaches, and I'd like to see us share more about our story of the county. But that's what we're up to at our county historical parks.
So to continue on, the reason that we do this, there are multiple reasons. It builds cultural identity, it makes us who we are, helps people develop roots in our community and want to come back to visit. Conservation, there's no greener way to restore and revitalize a business district than to reuse old buildings instead of throwing them into a landfill. Education, of course, is the obvious one, where we increase understanding of our local culture and why we do things the way that we do them. And visitors to our area are excited to see the real, authentic Florida. We're not Disney World, we're not Sarasota, we are Manatee County, and we are unique for that. And people are really craving that in their experiences when they come to visit. And that's all nice, but I know you'd all like to know the bottom line. The economic impact of heritage tourism in Florida, 65% of visitors who vacation in Florida participate in some sort of culturally based activity. Trips including heritage activities account for 76% of all U.S. domestic leisure travel. Heritage travelers spend 60% more on average when they come to visit. That's on activities, restaurants, dining, shopping. Total economic impact of Florida museums in 2017 was 37,000 jobs, $1.54 billion, and $589 million in total federal, state, and local taxes. And governments that support cultural organizations, on average, see a return of $5 for every $1 of money that they invest. We're really excited about what we do. We're very proud to represent our community. If you haven't come to see us, we'd love to have you as a visitor. Everything that we do is free for the most part. Some of our programs cost a little bit of money just to get our return on investment back, but we'd really love to see you come out and take advantage of all that we offer on a day-to-day basis. You can learn more at our website, or you can sign up for our newsletter to keep up with what events are coming up. Any questions?
Anybody have questions, comments?
Let's have a comment.
Mayor Brown, you want to go first?
Yeah, thank you. As Angel had said, we've been working on the lease for the Records Library, and it's more of just a logistical thing, I think, at this point. But, obviously, we want to make downtown Bradenton a little bit more walkable and just not Main Street. So this gives people, and, obviously the arts and culture, and what this would do for downtown is that next step. And that's important to me as our council as well. But I think it's keep up the good work, and it's as I've said many times, government works slowly, but let's figure out how quick we can do it and get it done, because if you haven't been down there, and I was there years ago, and then obviously this year a couple of times, but you lose the flavor of it, what it is. And I think one of the things that we're all seeing in this country right now is those terrible tornadoes in those 6 states, and they've lost their culture.
Right.
They've lost everything.
Right.
And, it's not going to come back the way it was, and it's sad to see. So we've got an opportunity to do something really in our area to grow it, and we appreciate what you're doing, so thank you.
Thank you very much. And Mayor, remember those blue lines you have on Main Street for people to follow? You may want to consider in front of that library sometime.
Yep.
Thank you.
Can I add one more thing?
Elliot?
Go ahead, Angel.
I just wanted to add, and I don't know, most of you may or may not know this, we are the home to one of the last commercial fishing villages in Cortez. And we even made the magazine recently our museum did, and Cortez talking in Sarasota magazine, SRQ, about the Cortez village history. So we are doing all we can to preserve and tell that story as well.
Can I make one more quick comment? And I just want to thank you personally, Angel, because without you and your team doing it, and I know it's a financial struggle at times, and it's going to be a government thing probably to help with that. But thank you for taking that effort, because without that, a lot of this would go away, and we appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to echo that. You continue the passion that Chip Shore had. And The Maritime Museum got started by Chip, and you've just done a tremendous job. I'm privileged to serve on that board. You talk about the history and the heritage, the Cortez, that built this county in large part. Commercial fishing and agriculture is what we've been all about ever since man and woman walked on two legs here. And so I just think it's great that we're proud of that and that we're passionate about that and that we understand the value of that in this area, because it is really what sets us apart from other places.
I can't begin to tell you that how many rich stories there are of people in this community early on, and diverse at that. There's a lot to tell, and sitting in our library with the records from the 1800s about our area. And I promised Phaedra I gave her the PowerPoint deliberately because I get a little excited about this topic. So, but I just wanted to put that out there.
Madam Chair, just a couple thoughts. Thank you both for being here. Really, really appreciate it. It's always great to see you all. Couple things to think about. Number one, Nick Azera is going to make sure, Phaedra, that there's really good communication, so we have intimate knowledge of all your programming and all that to get it to our visitors. But if you think about the connectivity, the integration, number one, Avenue of the Arts. Mayor, awesome initiative. We always talk about the bookends from the Bishop and the Manatee Performing Arts Theater down to Village of the Arts, and then everything in between. Really, really important, because as we start bringing in conferences at the convention center, they're looking for things to do in either walking distance or Uber distance, and that urban core is going to be powerful. We talk about on a rainy day, or as I say, when the Brits get premature sunburn and they're looking for something else to do. We want to drive them to the urban core of Bradenton and Palmetto to feed that urban core, because as both mayors continue to redevelopment, it's going to take more than residents to sustain it. So important. And then our economic development people, Sharon Hillstrom and Max Stewart, would tell you one of the first questions that a prospective business asks is, tell us about your arts, culture, and heritage. So it needs to be robust. So we stand ready to communicate in the marketplace what you all are about and to constructively criticize each other for the greater good. Because this TDC is right. It's expensive to run these facilities. And there's got to be some kind of enhancement to the business plan on how can we tap the visitors who come here that are a pretty good demographic, that we can get some equity off of them to feed these assets. And we stand ready for that. Finally, Angel, I have to be real candid. Thank you for what you and your team do. We are the weird county department that does things not the government way. And your team keeps us within the law, the way we promote the destination, the way media platform people ask us for certain deposits and all that. So you play a big part of our success. Thank you so much for years and years and years. And Ed's right. You took the baton from Chips, God bless his soul, and have done a great job. So you're a big part of our success. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I don't do it alone. I have an awesome team in my historical department.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I would like to thank you, because I happen to be in one of those high percentage of people that when I go somewhere, I go and I start looking at the historical artifacts and things like that. A lot of people, when you go and you see how our folks that came before us, how they had to live, the struggle, some of the fishing vessels that they used years ago in Cortez, the library. I mean, it's just it's a learning experience, to say the least. I own my own. In my own little way, I went out and I purchased a phone from the early 1960s, and I hung it on the wall in my office. And it's amazing to me how many young kids come in and go, "What is that? How does that? Is that a game? Do you play that?"
Yes.
So thank you for all that you do. I'm one of those people that are, always seeking out the historical aspects of things. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, next on the agenda is State of Tourism. Ann. From living out here, I can say it's pretty healthy.
Yes.
If that's all you want to say, we agree.
Lots of good, I can sit back down now. Yeah, lots of good news. So this time last year, I was standing here telling you that Manatee County tourism was up, which was phenomenal, because we were in the middle of the height of the pandemic. And And the CBB had done such an amazing job of pivoting to target that local drive market that was willing to travel at that point. Now, so looking at the airport numbers, which we've been looking at this past year probably, I was surprised that as we hit November, we did not see that throughput through our nation's airways pick up more than it did. We're still a little bit below the trend line. In 2019, we had 308 days where throughput exceeded 2 million people in a day. In 2021, that was only to date. So through December 10th, we only had 72 days. So we're still not back in terms of US-wide air travel to where we had been. If we look at it for the airports that are kind of most interesting to us, SRQ and our neighbors, SRQ for October was up 148% over 2020. That was up 72% over 2019. Only 2 other airports show an increase over 2019 numbers. Punta Gorda, which was up 12%, and RSW, which was up 20%. So Tampa, Orlando, and Fort Lauderdale are all still down in 11 or 12% over where they were in 2019. And so SRQ, what that looks like in terms of the line compared to previous years, you can see the incredible increases that this area has been able to generate. So for October, we had, so this doesn't work quite as well as the PDF as it does as the PowerPoint. So for October, visitation was up by 14% over last year, but that's 22% over 2019. But the bigger number, the one I really want to talk about, is economic impact. So last year we were attracting people, as I said, from that local drive radius, and they came for a shorter time and they spent less money. What we're seeing this year is we're seeing longer length of stay. We're seeing another pivot back to out-of-state visitors, and we see that in the economic impact. So economic impact, visitors were up by 14%, economic impact was up by 29%. It's that longer length of stay and the people coming in from the Midwest and the Northeast. That was a 40.8% increase over 2019 in terms of economic impact. And so we see similar things in terms of occupancy and RevPAR, similar increases. So where people are coming from, this will be the last month that we come to you and tell you that Canadian and European numbers were too small to measure. I took a look at our preliminary reporting from our occupancy partners for November, and I already have measurable numbers from Canada and Europe for November. So as soon as the doors opened, we started seeing international travelers coming in and making their way to Manatee County. But the incredible increases that we've seen out of Northeast and Midwest show the power of redirecting promotional efforts at the right time. So as I said, slightly longer length of stay. In terms of the fiscal year, so this is through September, visitation was up by 37%, economic impact up by 38%. That's because so much of last fiscal year was that local drive market. Both those numbers positive over 2019. And this shows similar to what we looked at for the month. In terms of travel sentiment, so last month we had seen a decrease in, last time I was here, we had seen a decrease in positivity. We were down to only about 28% of the people that we're talking to in our travel sentiment study. And the travel sentiment study, just to remind you, are people with an expressed visit to visit destinations in Florida. So these are travelers. So we had seen some increase in anxiety. That has rolled back, and as of our November respondents, we are at 38.6% saying things that we could categorize as positive, which is a really good indicator as we go into December and then into the winter high season travel. So some specifics about what people are telling us in terms of, and all of these numbers showed increases in positivity over September, which was last time we were looking at it together. So we've got 77% who say they're positive about their personal health. That's up from 72. We've got 72% who say they feel positive about their personal finances. That's up from 65. Almost 4% positive about the economy. That's up from 25. We've got 50% who fall into what we call green light travelers, people who will probably travel in the next 3 months of people that we're talking to. That's held pretty steady. The last 2 months it was 48. So even as people were more anxious, they were still planning to travel. We've got 46% basically telling us that they currently have a trip booked. That's a big tick up from what we were seeing in September. It makes sense because we're going into season. The percent of people saying that they think things are, or how far back to normal people are saying that they think things are, we're up to 46%. In September, that was 39. So all of these numbers show this uptick in positivity. And we have 21% who say they'd currently be unlikely to visit Florida destinations. In September, that was 35. So lots of good news in terms of how people are feeling. And you can see it here too, that we had that spike in anxiety, but it's rolling back. The only reason I think that we're seeing a continued downtick in people saying that they're more motivated to travel is the people who really felt motivated to travel are traveling. So I don't think that that's actually a negative thing at all. And in terms of occupancy barometer, so talking to the properties about what they're seeing, we only have about 35% of properties reporting so far for November. On November 1st, we send out, or on December 1st, we send out the survey to get people's November responses. And so far, about a third have responded. And we're seeing over 80% saying ADRs are up and up compared to last year, some of them significantly up. Occupancies, we've got 73% over last year, 60% over 2019, and we're hearing very positive things in terms of comments. One of my favorite is, as of today, guests are coming from all over. So, and that is a very quick recap summary. I think you said it better. Things are good. Things are really good. Are there any questions?
Any questions, comments?
Madam Chair, thanks, Ann. We've been ambushing Ann with a lot of ad hoc projects, and she's hanging in there. So thank you so much for just being an unbelievable part of the team. It's interesting about the European business. The convention center is a COVID test center, and I walk around when I talk on my cell phone, and I've encountered about a handful of British visitors getting their COVID tests before they could fly back to the UK. So I was able to survey them really quick, and it's turning on, which is really important because you're going to see a shift, in the next year of domestic visitors that have come here because they couldn't go to Europe, and then next year they'll probably be able to go to Europe. where the British and the Germans now are going to be able to come into the United States. So there'll be a little bit of an offset there. Remember, the European business spends more money per day and stays longer than any other tourist that we go after. So really intriguing there. Aside from that, and I'll just bring it up right now because it ties to Ann. Ann has been doing some surveys related to water taxi initiative, getting in front of visitors on the beaches, on the island, downtown Bradenton. So we're gathering some really unique information. Running concurrently with that, Nick is helping us with a survey that'll go to the hospitality industry specifically on the island. Because what we want to find out is when there's a water taxi service from downtown Bradenton to the island, are service workers inclined to take that water taxi to work? So we're working on the details of that. Dr. Hopes, Ed Childs brought it up the last meeting and challenged us. Dr. Hopes challenged Chad Butzo and I. We are working hard to present this water taxi initiative to the Board of County Commissioners and get something going, hopefully as early as this spring. So stay tuned on that. It's really important, really exciting.
Good. Any other comments? Great. Good meeting. Now we're going to open this up to public comment. You've heard some great things today, and would anybody like to make a comment? Please come on up and just state your name.
Good morning. My name is Katie Verano, and I just wanted to let you all know that we have our 2022 co-op kickoff event tomorrow at 9 a.m. You can attend virtually. We have a link, easy to attend virtually from your browser. And we also are going to have an in-person meeting at the convention center. So excited to tell you all about the new opportunities. We do have some new ones, and really excited to share them with you all tomorrow. And let me know if you have any questions. Again, Katie Verano.
Are you a Verano from here?
No.
Oh, okay. Because
No.
all of us are going, is she Lisa Verano's relative?
Oh,
Okay.
no.
Okay, got it.
No, very
Okay.
unlikely. I'm from up north.
Okay.
Originally, yes.
Anybody else?
Thank
Any,
you.
Madam Chair.
Any other questions? Yes?
Madam Chair, not a question. I'd like to, this would be going to Mayor Chappie. Mayor Chappie, I happened to recently be in St. Augustine, and St. Augustine is always known for at Christmas time on the main drag, just lighting it up like there's, every light on the planet on that street. And I must say that you're running a strong competition with them. Strong competition. When I drove down Bridge Street I walked down it for the very first time and saw it, I was absolutely amazed how beautiful it was. My hat's off to you. I was just absolutely beautiful. They have one bar there called the Martini Bar, which apparently has won this award as best lighting on this street forever. Maybe we could get a little competition going. I'm not sure if you have it already or not, but it's a beautiful street. Hats off to everybody that was involved in that, certainly.
Congratulations. And as the mayor's coming up, I haven't had the opportunity to go to ride down that
Unbelievable.
Bridge Street, my old place where I used to live on top of Magnolia Hotel. So I will.
Well, you need to come and visit us. We'd love to have all of you come and visit. It's amazing the transformation over the last 30 years of our city, and in particular our community redevelopment area. It's such a great tool. CRA is such a great tool for communities to revitalize and to help draw tourism and to rebuild communities. And we've been trying to, and I know the city of Palmetto and the city of Bradenton have done amazing jobs in their communities. The transformations there are just as equal, if not just as great as what we've been able to do. Our CRA has entered into a 5-year commitment with the decorators that have done Bradenton Beach commercial area. And it's like no other time where our merchants have united and been working together greatly to make things happen on Bridge Street and in our CRA area and throughout the city of Bradenton Beach. So the credit goes to our community, totally to our community and our commissioners and our CRA board. So thank you all for, and you've been a big part of it as well. So thank you so much.
Can you explain to the public, we've gotten, I think Commissioner Van Ostenbridge probably has too, we've gotten calls from, mainly it was charter fishermen, at Coquina Beach on the east side, where you've done those big round things, and I know what it is now. Will you explain to the public? And I think you planted mangroves also, right?
There's mangroves and
Can you tell me what those
and
round things-
seagrass. They're all part of the restoration project for
Channel.
the channel that we dredged just recently with your help. Thank you very much, and also WCIND funds that have made a major portion of the cost, and through also an application through the state that also helped with some grant funding for a total of about $800,000 that we've been able to bring in to get that dredging done, which will help with the water taxi opportunities that we've been talking about for years, but with the leadership that we have now in Manatee County and Elliott and what you're doing with the leadership with Mayor Brown and really moving forward and trying to get some research and information on how we can make it happen finally out here. And it'd be nice to have something, maybe even go to Crosley with the boat basin that you have there, and little tram to Crosley, and get some people out here on the island where they don't have to have a car. You don't have to have a car when you visit Anna Maria Island, and you can go anywhere and everywhere out there. So thank you so much, and y'all have a Merry Christmas.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Mayor?
I just wanted to make a quick comment too with Mayor Chappie. I know it's something that I think that's the great opportunity to obviously, first off, take traffic off the road, and then also the excitement of what the history of what our towns can be together when you leave downtown Braden and go into the beach or vice versa. And I think there's opportunity, and I hope other island cities would jump on it as well, and as well as Palmetto when the convention center is redone and that hotel is done. There's an opportunity for that to be a great success for our community, and I appreciate the county taking that lead and moving it a little bit quicker, and the challenge of getting it done by spring break is what I heard from Dr. Hopes. So even if it's a pilot at the beginning, to make it work to get into the timing of the tourism season for us. So we appreciate that, and we appreciate everyone working together to get it quicker than later. So,
That's the
thank you.
first I heard of that, so, okay.
You left the meeting.
Already, yeah. Any new or old business from the board?
Madam Chair, if I can just real quick, I'll say it because the two mayors are in the room, and if I didn't believe it, I wouldn't say it at all, but Mayor Chappie and Mayor Braun, it's really exciting to work with them. They communicate really, really well to people like me. Good things that are going on, if they think I've lost my mind, they let me know, which is really, really what you want. Commissioner Van Ostenbridge is right behind there. Really appreciate what he does for tourism. I can promise you his heart's in the right place for the greater good, especially on this island. And that's all you want. We have a really candid relationship. Commissioner Whitmore, thank you for running this meeting this morning. We've worked together for now 15 years probably, and I can assure the island residents that if there's one person that communicates about Elliott, make sure you're seeking balance of how you promote this island, it's Commissioner Whitmore. So she's been a mentor for me for my 15 years, and know that her heart is for tourism, and her heart is quality of life for people on this island as well. And that's hence the multimodal transportation that is needed out here, more than just water taxis. Finally, Anna Maria concert series started last Saturday.
Whoa.
The Wailers, that's Bob Marley's old band, right in the backyard here. It was just, it was really excited to see about 700 people just really enjoying a beautiful night on the island. I did a little survey. Probably about 70% of them were residents, 30% were visitors. That is a great ratio based on the objectives. Lou Graham, the lead singer of Foreigner, will be performing here in January right in this room. Book your tickets now. Please share with everybody that the proceeds 100% go to this community center. So it's a great initiative where we're raising monies for the center, we're enhancing the quality of life for the residents, we're providing entertainment for the visitors that come here. Finally, next meeting is on Valentine's Day in downtown Bradenton in the Commission Chamber. Sorry it's on Valentine's Day. but that's where it is on the calendar today. And y'all have a good holiday. Thank you so much.
And and that's up to the chair and you. We could always change it if you all want to. I live in Holmes Beach, and I heard the whole concert because I live across a water body, and it was fantastic. Now, some of you were here, but I don't know if they remember it all, but...
It was a fun night, and it was not a fun morning.
Oh, my daughter worked with Chris Culhane and Jim in the back from the community center. Thank you for all the good things you're doing. But it was a fantastic time, and it sounded great. And I'm sure Ed would like to report on how great it was.
You know, that was it was a magical night. The band was fabulous. They came over to the restaurant. Couldn't have been nicer to all of the staff. But it was a wonderful evening, and that gives the credit to this organization because that wouldn't have happened. It does support this center. Chris Culhane and his team did a great job of making sure we had our staff over here, making sure everybody had plenty of wine. That certainly worked. Maybe some of us had a little too much wine, but it was great, and it all happens because of what the Convention and Visitors Bureau does and the support that Elliot and his staff give. So it means a lot to this community, and it's a great thing for visitors and community alike. So.
And before I adjourn, I'd like to have Chris Culhane please come up. He's a quiet guy. I knew him. In fact, in my phone, his name is Dreads because he used to have dreads. But Chris is an Islander, grew up around here and has raised his kids here, and he's director of the community center. He has the island flavor. He knows what we want out here. No matter who comes out here, it all comes back to basics. And I just wanted to give you an opportunity because people in town and around will be watching this, so I wanted to introduce you. And did you have anything to say before we close?
No, I'd just like to say thank you. Thank you to Elliot. Thank you to the TDC, the board, our sponsors for supporting the concert series and the community center. It's been a great experience, and Saturday night was incredible. Thank you.
And I know him from skateboarding up and down the island and surfing and everything else. So with that, we are going to close this meeting at 10:35. Thank you very much.
Thanks for hosting us, Chris.
Hello, I'm County Commissioner Vanessa Baugh, and I'm honored to represent District 5 in Manatee County. Welcome to the Premier Sports Campus, home to some of the best soccer fields in the state, and soon, way, way more. Because of easy access to I-75, the mall at UTC, our charming Main Street, and thriving neighborhood communities, Lakewood Ranch has quickly become the most populated area of Manatee County, and soon we'll be offering even more to our citizens through new developments taking place at Premier Sports Campus and the land just to the north. On the Premier Sports Campus side, we're in the design stage of a new air-conditioned, multi-purpose, permanent framed soccer tent offering shade for meetings, registration, dining, ceremonies, and gatherings during busy soccer tournament weekends. This project also includes climate-controlled restrooms, new stadium lights, locker rooms for the stadium, parking lot improvements, and a stadium scoreboard. Moving north, our East County General Development Plan calls for a new racket complex scheduled for completion in the spring of 2023. This project features 24 pickleball courts, a small administration office, restrooms, water fountains, lighting, and shade. The new 50,000 square foot East County Library complex is set to break ground at the end of January, offering modernized access to a world of knowledge for our citizens, visitors, and families. Complete with a rooftop terrace, the East County Library will provide a picturesque view of the Premier Park campus as well as a serene pond. A 25-yard, 10-lane competitive swimming pool will be the heart of our new aquatic center. Swim a few laps, take a fitness class, or catch some shade or sun while the kids take swimming lessons. And we're not stopping there. Future proposed projects on this site could include additional ponds, an amphitheater, gymnasium, a baseball and softball complex, dog park, a playground, BMX track, basketball and volleyball courts, clay tennis courts, a Manatee County Sheriff's District office and fleet facility, additional green space, and a skate park. By the way, our new East County General Development Plan calls for approximately 280 additional parking spaces in Phase 1, with up to 500 spaces included in future phases. So everyone has a chance to realize what I've known for a long, long time, that District 5, Lakewood Ranch in Manatee County is a great place to live, work, and play.
Hi, I'm Manatee County Commissioner Kevin Van Ostenbridge, and I represent District 3, which is located in West Bradenton. Welcome to GT Bray Park. As you may have noticed, GT Bray Park has been undergoing extensive renovations. We started at the Little League complex, and we moved over to softball, and then the football stadium, lastly soccer, and now we're at the Walden Racquet Center. So how is Manatee County keeping up with the demands of the fastest growing sport in America? Let's find out on this episode of Manatee on the Move. Racquet centers aren't what they used to be. They aren't just tennis anymore. Pickleball is one of the fastest growing sports in America, and here in Manatee County is no exception. That's why we're adding 8 additional pickleball courts to GT Bray Park for a total of 20. Covered playing areas will also be added, allowing for play in inclement weather. When not in use, these covered areas can be utilized for additional activities, such as summer camp. And let's not forget about our tennis lovers. Manatee County is upgrading the clay tennis courts at GT Bray Park with a new underground sprinkler system. And since the new irrigation system will only require the courts to be raked, players will no longer have to wait for the courts to dry, meaning less downtime in between games. In addition to replacing the irrigation system, the county will upgrade 4 of the existing 8 courts, making them USTA regulation, which means Manatee County can now host tournaments. Shaded seating between courts is also being added, and we're upgrading court lighting. New pickleball courts and a major upgrade to the tennis courts at GT Bray Park. These are just some of the ways that Manatee County government and the Board of County Commissioners are improving your quality of life.
from the beautiful beaches of Anna Maria Island to the exquisite nature preserves, from the historic buildings of downtown Bradenton to the expanding communities of Lakewood Ranch, water is essential to keeping Manatee County a wonderful place to live, play, and work. We all have a shared responsibility to do our part to keep our water safe. Our drinking water is a precious resource that we can sometimes take for granted. Every time we turn on the faucet, we expect clean, safe drinking water. However, there are ways that non-drinking water can enter our drinking water system, and by law, precautions must be taken to prevent this occurrence.
Our drinking water comes from two sources, Lake Manatee and groundwater from the Upper Floridan Aquifer. It is purified at the Manatee County Water Treatment Plant. A multiple barrier approach is used to ensure the water meets federal and state drinking water standards. This treatment process includes source water protection, optimized particle removal, and appropriate disinfection. After the treated water leaves the plant, it is supplied to homes and businesses under pressure through the county distribution system. When the water passes through the customer's meter, it leaves the county system and becomes part of the customer's private system. After the water passes through the meter, Manatee County can no longer control the quality of water and thus does not want any of the water to flow back into the distribution system.
The Manatee County Cross Connection Control Program safeguards the public drinking water supply from unintentional contamination. To preserve safe drinking water in our community, we all have a shared responsibility to prevent backflow of water into the county's water distribution system from our homes and businesses.
Backflow is the reversal of flow of water. This happens when water in a homeowner's plumbing flows back into the community water system where it originated. Backflow can occur when either the supply pressure drops or the pressure on the customer side becomes greater than the supply pressure. A cross connection is a connection between a drinking water and a non-drinking water source. For example, between a garden hose and a swimming pool. If a hose outlet is submerged in a pool, you would have created a cross connection. If there was a drop in pressure in the county system, the pool water could backflow or back siphon through the hose, through your house water lines, and into the county distribution system. It's important to protect against backflow because when the flow of water is reversed, harmful substances may enter the drinking water system. When this occurs, water is no longer safe to drink. We are all connected in our community via the workplace, the internet, and social media, but we're also connected in a less obvious way through our drinking water system. If you fail to do your part to protect against cross connections and backflow, others may be seriously affected by your actions. Backflow preventers are required for properties with an in-ground irrigation system, a secondary source of water such as reclaimed water or a well, a swimming pool, properties that are adjacent to a body of water including a river, bay, lake, or pond, has a solar water heating system, has a fire sprinkler system, a commercial or industrial building, multi-story or multi-family residential buildings, or if a cross connection is ever discovered.
So these requirements apply to properties developed after 1987 when Manatee County Cross Connection Control Program took effect. Properties developed prior to 1987 that have these conditions will be required to come up to code when any plumbing modifications are made that require a permit. A backflow preventer allows water to flow in one direction to the customer, but not in the opposite direction back into the water supply. The backflow preventer is a key component in stopping unwanted substances from entering the drinking water system. Backflow preventers have to be tested annually to make sure that they are working properly to adequately protect the drinking water system. Since backflow preventers are mechanical devices, they have internal seals, springs, and moving parts that over time are subject to wear and tear. The testing must be completed by a contractor registered with Manatee County. A list of certified contractors can be found online at mymanatee.org under Backflow Prevention Assembly Information, or upon request using this contact information. If your backflow preventer fails the annual test, the property owner is required to have it repaired or replaced. The owner can refer to the same list of certified contractors for repair or replacement as they did for the testing. We recommend getting at least 3 quotes before hiring a contractor. The property owner has 30 days to bring the backflow preventer into proper working order to avoid water service interruption.
Do not leave hoses submerged in drinking water, such as swimming pool or a bucket of soapy water. Maintain at least 2-inch gap when using hose to fill the pool or any container.
Install hose bib vacuum breakers on all your hose spigots. These vacuum breakers will protect your internal plumbing if there's ever a pressure drop in the county system.
If you are installing an irrigation system or making plumbing modifications, be sure to hire a licensed contractor that is familiar with Manatee County regulations. Reminder, installation of irrigation system requires protection of drinking water meter with a backflow preventer.
Pick up after your pets. Stormwater can collect pet waste and back siphon through irrigation sprinkler heads, which can be connected to the county's distribution system.
Take caution when using fake rocks to cover the backflow preventer. You can miss visible malfunctions such as a leak. Also, when using the fake rocks, be sure to drill holes to allow heat and moisture to escape. Contained heat and moisture corrodes the shutoff handles and test ports, causing them to become difficult to operate.
We should all do our part in keeping our drinking water safe and clean for everyone. By being aware of the dangers of cross connections and making sure your backflow preventer is working properly, you will do your part in helping to prevent pollutants and contaminants from entering the drinking water system. Backflow prevention is a shared responsibility, so do your part to keep Manatee County's water safe, to preserve our way of life for generations to come. For more information or questions, contact the Manatee County Cross Connection Control Team.
Hello, Manatee County. My name is Melissa Colon, and I am the training officer here with the Emergency Communications Center. I'm here to talk to you guys about a free app that's available to you that's going to help save lives. It's called PulsePoint. If you are CPR certified, PulsePoint will send you a notification if there is a cardiac arrest within 1 mile of your location. And in some cases, you may get there before first responders and help save a life. I'm going to show you how easy it is to download the app. I'm using my iPhone today. I'm already in my app store, and I'm going to go ahead and type in the search bar PulsePoint. Be aware there are 2 different apps. You have PulsePoint Respond and you have PulsePoint AED. I'm going to show you how PulsePoint Respond works. I already have it downloaded, and now I'm going to go ahead and open up the app. Once you are here, you want to make sure you hit the drop down and that you are selecting Manatee County as your agency. Once that is done, you are all set to start receiving notifications. The second feature is the PulsePoint AED app. PulsePoint AED helps you register your AED with PulsePoint. If you already have one or you just bought one, whether you're a school or a small business or anywhere within your community, you can go ahead and register your AED with PulsePoint. In the event of a cardiac arrest call, our dispatchers can identify if there's an AED in your area and even help you locate it before the responders get on scene. Once you are on the app, it will show your location and the closest AED to you. On the blue dot, the red is the AED. It even has further information as to how far it is from me and a picture of the actual AED. In order to register an AED, you simply go on the app, hit the plus button, start an account with them, and follow the prompts. Another cool feature is that it also shows you how to use an AED by simply hitting the 3 lines to take you back to the menu and selecting AED How To. It walks you through step by step how to use an AED in case of an emergency. So go ahead, tell your friends, tell your neighbors, tell your family, download the free app and help us save lives.
County has been on the map for a while, but being the 25th county in the state of Florida, which is a Purple Heart state, we wanted to do something a little bit different.
Our very first combat wounded Purple Heart parking sign.
Today we've actually marked a formal way of saying thank you to those veterans who have been awarded the Purple Heart. We're going to have 53 of these signs at all the parks, constitutional offices, libraries, and the public accessible buildings. I mean, it's going to be there every single day that a person walks through that door is reminded of all these sacrifices the men and women have had.
There's very little room for error between a Purple Heart recipient who can walk away and one who doesn't. And I know many who have not had the chance to walk away. So I'm very glad to see it.
This is quite a compliment to recognize us for the things we did, and a big thank you goes out from me to the county for doing this.
It shows that the county has not forgotten its veterans.
I mean, this really drives it home how dedicated we are to take care of our veterans and their families. Anyone coming through the county to do business, going into the libraries or spending time at the parks, they really realize why they have the freedoms that they do. It's because of the Purple Heart recipients and the sacrifices that they've made while we have those.
Hello, I'm County Commissioner Vanessa Ball, and I'm honored to represent District 5 in Manatee County. Welcome to the Premier Sports Campus, home to some of the best soccer fields in the state, and soon, way, way more. Because of easy access to I-75, the mall at UTC, our charming Main Street, and thriving neighborhood communities, Lakewood Ranch has quickly become the most populated area of Manatee County, and soon will be offering even more to our citizens through new developments taking place at Premier Sports Campus and the land just to the north. On the Premier Sports Campus side, we're in the design stage of a new air-conditioned, multi-purpose, permanent framed soccer tent offering shade for meetings, registration, dining, ceremonies, and gatherings during busy soccer tournament weekends. This project also includes climate-controlled restrooms, new stadium lights, locker rooms for the stadium, parking lot improvements, and a stadium scoreboard. Moving north, our East County General Development Plan calls for a new racket complex scheduled for completion in the spring of 2023. This project features 24 pickleball courts, a small administration office, restrooms, water fountains, lighting, and shade. The new 50,000 square foot East County Library complex is set to break ground at the end of January, offering modernized access to a world of knowledge for our citizens, visitors, and families. Complete with a rooftop terrace, the East County Library will provide a picturesque view of the Premier Park campus as well as a serene pond. A 25-yard, 10-lane competitive swimming pool will be the heart of our new aquatic center. Swim a few laps, take a fitness class, or catch some shade or sun while the kids take swimming lessons. And we're not stopping there. Future proposed projects on this site could include additional ponds, an amphitheater, gymnasium, a baseball and softball complex, dog park, a playground, BMX track, basketball and volleyball courts, clay tennis courts, a Manatee County Sheriff's District office and fleet facility, additional green space, and a skate park. By the way, our new East County General Development Plan calls for approximately 280 additional parking spaces in Phase 1, with up to 500 spaces included in future phases. So everyone has a chance to realize what I've known for a long, long time, that District 5, Lakewood Ranch in Manatee County is a great place to live, work, and play.
Hi, I'm Manatee County Commissioner Kevin Van Ostenbridge, and I represent District 3, which is located in West Bradenton. Welcome to G.T. Bray Park. As you may have noticed, G.T. Bray Park has been undergoing extensive renovations. We started at the Little League complex, and we moved over to softball, and then the football stadium, lastly soccer, and now we're at the Walden Racket Center. So how is Manatee County keeping up with the demands of the fastest growing sport in America? Let's find out on this episode of Manatee on the Move. Racket centers aren't what they used to be. They aren't just tennis anymore. Pickleball is one of the fastest growing sports in America, and here in Manatee County is no exception. That's why we're adding 8 additional pickleball courts to G.T. Bray Park for a total of 20. Covered playing areas will also be added, allowing for play in inclement weather. When not in use, these covered areas can be utilized for additional activities, such as summer camp. And let's not forget about our tennis lovers. Manatee County is upgrading the clay tennis courts at G.T. Bray Park with a new underground sprinkler system. And since the new irrigation system will only require the courts to be raked, players will no longer have to wait for the courts to dry, meaning less downtime in between games. In addition to replacing the irrigation system, the county will upgrade 4 of the existing 8 courts, making them USTA regulation, which means Manatee County can now host tournaments. Shaded seating between courts is also being added, and we're upgrading court lighting. New pickleball courts, and a major upgrade to the tennis courts at G.T. Bray Park. These are just some of the ways that Manatee County government and the Board of County Commissioners are improving your quality of life. Okay. Welcome back, Manatee County Commission Land Use Meeting, January 6, 2022. We're moving right along here. Well, first of all, I'd like to congratulate Buddy Keene.
Buddy King.
Yeah, Buddy Keene, who is the Distinguished Citizen of Manatee County this year. We just left the fair luncheon. So, Ms. Shank, I think we are ready. We're moving along here. We're down to item number 7. It's our final item of the day.
Number 7 is quasi-judicial, PDR 2101P, CD1 Phase 2, CD1 Condominium Association owner. The request is for approval of preliminary site plan for the development of 16 multifamily residential units, 8 of which are existing, on approximately 2.05 acres in the PDR Plan Development Residential Zoning District, located at 2734 49th Avenue West, Bradenton. The planner is Marshall Robinson. And since this is quasi-judicial, we have disclosure of ex parte communications.
Has anyone had any ex parte communications regarding this?
Mr. Chairman, I entered some ex parte communication into the record. I had a conversation with the applicant before we knew that this was on an agenda. So once I did, all conversation ceased.
Gotcha. And I know the applicant well, but we've never discussed this matter. Anyone else? Okay, then. We can move right into applicant presentation.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Richard Claybrook. I'm with Claybrook Engineering, and I have been sworn earlier this morning. What the developer proposes to do is quite simply, actually, right here, the other sheets. In the mid-1980s, the Cedar Run condominiums were platted, and there were 4 phases. They built one phase, Cedar Run 1. This is the condo plat that you're looking up there. And the condo, phase 1 was the building that's shown on the plan. My client is looking to build what it would be phase 2, or a similar building adjacent right next to it. So we supplied, or we submitted site plans to Manatee County, which showed the construction of a similar building type to the phase 1, fairly non-controversial. We redid the parking lot out there, not to change the configuration of it, but to upgrade it to current codes, to have the correct number of parking spaces for the 2 units. We also connected to the existing utilities that were out there. The only deviations that we proposed from the county code were the setbacks, because this, quite honestly, is a redevelopment project. This neighborhood, since phase 1 condo was built in the 80s, has gone down a little bit, and this is kind of an upgrade to this neighborhood and an upgrade to this area. And obviously, the buffers and setback restrictions have changed a little bit since the 1980s. So there were a couple of issues that we had to deal with staff regarding those setbacks. And most of it dealt with the 15-foot green belt. But if you'll notice, to the immediate east or right of the proposed new building, we had to reduce that buffer from a 15-foot to an 8-foot. For the line, or the northern property line that goes along the extended parking lot, which goes out to 26th, we had to narrow that because there was existing parking there. And we could not fit the parking if we maintain that 15-foot setback. Also, where the drive goes into phases 1 and 2, there is not 15 feet on either side of that to provide, so we had to shimmy that down to make sure that you could actually access the property. The other buffers we maintain, one noticeable difference to that is that property line which affronts what would be phase 3 and 4. We did not put a buffer there because phase 3 and 4 are under a different ownership, but they still maintain the right through easements to access the phase 1 property so they can have their parking and they can have their access to the building. So obviously a buffer was not appropriate there. So those were the minor changes that we proposed with this site plan. But in working with staff, everything else, worked out to comply with county code. That's basically what we're doing here today. Based upon that, I'll go ahead and take it to the staff or answer questions at this point.
Okay, Commissioner Whitmore is on the board.
Yes, in my briefing recently, this is phase 2 and it'll be part of phase 1. Is that right? It'll be part of, it'll be part 1. Is that correct? I mean, there's 3 or 4.
There's 4 phases.
Right.
Phase 1 is the existing building plus the entrance drive and the parking.
Right.
Phase 2 is the small block that is immediately to the east of Phase 1. He is only building Phase 2 and upgrading Phase 1 to accommodate Phases 1 and 2.
Right. And
He's
in
not doing anything on Phases 3 or 4.
your professional opinion, that you're in compliance with what was approved previously for this entire site, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Now, I did ask a question about the retention pond from staff, because I can't not remember this being here. And from what I was told, and I want to know if your professional opinion, if you agree, I was told that this was designed for the design that was approved years ago, and it's still in compliance with what you're going to put there now. To hold the water.
Right, to hold the water. We have to put in a stormwater system that
Right.
complies with Manatee County codes for this site. Things have changed since the mid-'80s, but the stormwater code, not so much. There is a existing area of a pond, which is on that furthest west kind of peninsular area. This area. In that area there, and we intend to enhance that, redevelop it to where it will work within the stormwater facility. But yes, we fully understand when we go to final site plan, we have to comply with Manatee County stormwater regulations.
So more or less what you're doing, this site has been approved for many years, all 4 phases, and you are now continuing with one of the other phases with what was approved previously, correct?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. All right, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Serbia.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Richard, thank you for your presentation. I just wondered, did you host a neighborhood meeting?
We did not host a neighborhood meeting, though
Okay.
we have had various conversations with our neighbors in Parkwood Plaza to the east of us and to the property owner to the south that maintains 3 and 4.
Okay, all right. And I know this area very well, and I know that there's a homeless problem in the area, so I was very pleased to see some development come forward to, not only provide housing that's needed in the area, but also to dissipate that homeless issue. I did read through the package, and I noticed that there were some questions, I think there are legal questions about the easements and the property boundaries. Have you guys worked through that?
From a development point of view, from the approval that you're looking at, yes, because the owners of 3 and 4 still have the same easement rights and access rights to the Phase 1 area for parking, for access, for utilities that they did in 1985. None of that has changed. We're not altering any of that. Now, there is a civil case, is my understanding, that is coming forward, but I don't know if that is in the purview of what we're doing here, because we're complying to the codes.
Right, yeah, we certainly don't have any say-so over civil matters. So I wish you good luck in your future civil issues. Those are the only questions I have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Serbia. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, Marshall Robinson is our planner assigned to this. Mr. Robinson, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. Marshall Robinson, Development Services. I have been sworn. And here we go. So this is a look at the location. I thought we had an aerial. There's some aerials there. Yeah, so we're located along 26th Street, north of 53rd Avenue West. The property is zoned PDR. As mentioned, this once had an approved PSP for all 4 phases. And over the years, those approved plans had expired. And then such time when the applicant, Mr. Fenton, came in and wanted to do something with Phase 2, we let him know that, hey, you'd have to get a new plan approved because the one that got approved is expired. And then that's when I inquired about, we're doing all 4 phases again, right? And he said, no, we're just doing phases 1 and 2. And that's when the new GDP or the new plan boundary took place, and that's what we see here delineated with the red. And you can see that the 2 parcels to the south, 3 and 4, are not included in the description boundary for this plan boundary. They're requesting to do phases 1 and 2, 16 units on 2.05 acres. That's a reflection of pulling the units in phase 1 in with this approval only because some of the parking in phase 1 will serve the building in phase 2, so it needs to be looked at together. And so what is the request is 16 units on 2.05 acres for PDR development. Here's a look at some of the maps. Thought this might help explain a little bit of the situation, but the applicant's engineer did a pretty good job of unpacking it. We did do some specific approvals for some site constraints, or what we thought were some site constraints. Choked down some of the buffers to make it accessible for 3 and 4. Choked down a buffer on the east side to 8 feet, which is the standard side setback for PDR. So we're going from a 15-foot buffer down to the setback for the building at 8 feet along the east side of that building there to make way for the easement to the north that comes in for emergency access to the property. And I don't know if Mr. Claybrook mentioned that, but the easement, we're going to pointer, but we do have an easement, an access easement. Which one of these are the pointer? We won't see it on the TV screen. Just to the right of phase 2 there, we have an access easement that comes from the north, and it's an access easement for emergency ingress and egress. There you go, the mouse's cursor. And phase 2 can serve that, if I'm not mistaken, and also this property right here can serve that. Main access comes off of 26th Avenue East right there, so it's an infill development project. We worked with them to get some specific approvals for the buffering that we thought made sense to accommodate some of the site constraints for the rest of the property not being brought in with this plan. And staff doesn't have any issues and be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Okay, Commissioner Servia is the only
I
commissioner on the
just
board.
have one quick question. So I was reading through the staff report, and I remember seeing under a negative aspect that lighting may affect the offsite properties, but I don't think it will once a lighting plan is approved with the next stage of development. Is that accurate, Marshall?
Let me get to my negative aspects, sorry.
It's a mitigating measure.
Oh,
It's
is it?
lighting.
Oh, I see what you mean, yes. Yes, there will be a lighting plan. It's multifamily. Multifamily is considered commercial in that respect, Commissioner Servia, so there would be a photometric plan. We would apply the 1-foot candle at the property line as the boundary. But there still could be light trespass in some areas, and so it was considered a negative aspect because anytime new development, new light, noise, glare comes in, it's potentially a negative aspect. It's not guaranteed that it's going to be a negative aspect, but there's potential for negativity if, new development were to come in and we had some light trespass on the adjacent properties. And my understanding is that we need to look for those negative aspects and account for them and make sure that they're, recorded in our reporting.
Commissioner Servia, the lighting plan, with the lighting plan, we guarantee there is no trespassing lights glare to the properties. It's more when cars go in and out is what we are taking in consideration for noise and light. No with the lighting plan because we have really full regulations to make sure that we don't impact the adjacent properties.
Thank you.
What Rosina said.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward and speak on this particular agenda item? All right, seeing no one, would the applicant or staff like to make any further comments? None? Commissioners, any further deliberation? Commissioner Servia.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move approval as recommended in the staff report of this project.
We have a motion for approval. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any further deliberation? All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously, Madam Clerk.
Short and sweet.
There we are.
JoJo lunch from that. You never know.
Yeah.
The ones that.
I had a card, but there's clearly no one in the audience, so. Lastly, does anybody have any commissioner comments? We just did this 2 days ago, but does anyone have any commissioner comments they would like to add? No, seeing none. Any further business today? Wait.
Well,
I'm
no,
sorry. We have commissioner comments. Commissioner Cruz.
I do have one, but this is one that carries over from Tuesday, and I thought County Attorney Clegg was coming down for it, just to make sure he can specify the email I had sent to him.
Would you like to recess for 10 minutes?
Here, but
Good idea.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna take a 10-minute recess. We'll be back at 1:56.
okay, thanks. It was so quick.
Okay, welcome back. We are in the commissioner comments portion of today's meeting, wrapping things up, and there was one commissioner on the board for commissioner comments, and it is Commissioner Cruz.
Thank you. Yeah, and I asked County Attorney Clay to come down here because I sent him an email last night and then spoke with him this morning, and just want to get some clarification because on Tuesday, as I mentioned, I'm not a big fan of taking anyone off of any committees. I said that during a work session. I think if you're on it, you should stay on it. That's how the county benefits from moving up in the leadership structure of any committee. And I had made a comment during Tuesday's commissioner comments about Commissioner Baugh, who was scheduled to be the chair of the MPO, getting removed. So, you know, I started looking into it, and a few people told me I should look into it. And so I looked into Florida state statute. And the Florida State Statute 339.175 specifically states that all members of the MPO shall serve a 4-year term, and the only way to remove an MPO member within their term is either for them to leave their office or to have the majority vote of the entire board. A chair is not permitted per Florida statute to remove anybody from the MPO. That violates Florida state statute in its entirety, and we may not have done it that way in the past, but that doesn't make it right. You can't, just because you violated statute in the past, doesn't mean you continue violating in the future once it's known. Commissioner Baugh's first appointment was in 2015, so that would have been 15 through 18. That was Chair Benak who appointed her. In 2019, she was essentially reappointed by Chair Johnson, which would run through the calendar year 2022, meaning she is within her existing 4-year term. So my argument to County Attorney Clegg, and he was looking into it for me, is this is not a permissible thing. In fact, I don't think, and from conversation, I do not believe the MPO should even be a chair-appointed position because it actually falls under statute as opposed to some of our other committees that are annual basis type things. This is an actual 4-year term and should be treated, more in the lines of how we treat things like TDCs and other major positions in this county. So before we get to a situation where we lose the chair of the MPO, I want to make sure we're clear that this is, in my opinion, albeit not an expert legal opinion, a violation of Florida statute. And I'd like to once again request that this adjustment be undone so we can be in accordance with Florida statute. Thank you. And the county attorney did look into this as well.
So, thank you, Commissioner Cruz. I have two commissioners on the board. Before we begin deliberating this and debating this, I would propose that this board vote to approve all of the appointments that a chair puts out after a chair at the following meeting, at the first meeting of the year. After a chair does appointments, then the board vote on up or down on the entire batch of them in one vote. So I'm going to propose that. And I'm also going to ask that we choose our words carefully and that this does not, we don't allow decorum to slip too far from where it should be. Commissioner Whitmore, you're first on the list.
Well, I have been up here the longest, and the chairman of Manatee County Commission has always appointed the boards. If this comes to a vote, I won't vote for Commissioner Baugh. She's found probable cause with the Ethics Commission, and I don't think somebody that has had this, is at this stage, because she still has to go through another process, should be in a leadership position. And if you all remember, a few times when you, and Commissioner Baugh has spearheaded it, when my son-in-law and our case went before the Ethics Commission, I was asked not to vote and not be involved, and I wasn't. And I said, sure, I understand. And that's not what happened after this, and I didn't try to change her chair position at that time. I won't support Commissioner Baugh representing us on the MPO, especially when the state found there was probable cause for an ethics violation.
Commissioner Servia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know, these commissioner comments have become interesting lately. I really believe that, I'm going to be philosophical here, that life is 10% of what happens to you and 90% of how you react to it. So I have always been a person that respects the leadership of the board. The chairman of the board made a decision. Whether we agree with it or disagree with it, I think we need to respect those decisions. We've always approached it this way. Now, if we've been doing something illegal all of these years, we're going to hear from the county attorney on that. But otherwise, I feel like we're beating a dead horse here. I don't know why we keep bringing this up. I don't understand. I congratulate Commissioner Cruz on being a very good friend to Commissioner Baugh. I think that's very nice and very admirable. But for me in this professional position, I'm going to defer to the chair. It's been his opportunity to do what he wants to do, and I don't think that we should be up here debating it any further. But I'll hear what our attorney says. Maybe we've been doing things wrong.
I have Cruz and Baugh on the board. I should have gone to the attorney first. I'm going to go to the attorney and then Cruz, Baugh.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioners, so I did start looking at this yesterday afternoon before I talked to Commissioner Cruz, because the chair and I had a conversation about it, because the executive director of the MPO made some calls about it, and I talked to him this morning, and he confirmed that he had called a couple of people.
We can't hear you.
I'm sorry. I'll bring the microphone closer. So I would ask for some patience from the board. This is the first time in a few years that the county has considered changing who is representing the board on the MPO. As far as I can tell, the last time that happened, it was Steve Johnson switching to Commissioner Surya. And it is the first time for me as county attorney dealing with this issue. So, as I said, I started looking into it yesterday, and as far as I can tell from looking at the records of the county, I think it's important to say that the chair has handled this in accordance with the past practice of the board over the last several years. It has been handled as a board assignment pursuant to our rules of procedure and dealt with in that list of assignments that go out at the beginning of the year. And that appears to be the way the other chairs handled it as well, as you said, Commissioner Whitmore. But as Commissioner Cruz points out, the MPO is governed by Florida Statute 339175, and that has very specific language about the appointment, representation, and removal of our board members from the MPO board. And if you look at that statute carefully, it appears to me we have not followed it strictly in the past in a number of respects, not just this one, but a number of respects. And I had a conversation this morning with the Sarasota County Attorney's Office, and they've been handling it differently than we have over the years. So I am concerned that, there are some things we have done that probably, I wouldn't say they're illegal, Commissioner Servia, but I would say they don't strictly comply with the statute. And as your attorney, I'm the county attorney now, and this is on me, and I do have to say we need to follow the statute as it's written, regardless of whether we may have handled it differently in the past. That's my job as an officer of the court. It does provide for 4-year appointments, and it provides that once someone is appointed, they can only be removed by a majority board vote of the entire board. The whole board has to be present and voting. Or if, that's what you asked me, can you?
Wait, can I inject?
Yeah.
What I whispered in his ear is like, do I have to be here for this? Because I wanted to leave today.
I asked him that too, don't feel bad.
So that's why I interjected. I'm sorry, sir.
That's the only way that somebody can be removed. It doesn't appear to allow the chair to appoint members to the MPO, and I'm concerned about that. And that is not how Sarasota has done it over the years. I'm not sure if they had an affirmative formal vote, but they have met and deliberated in their retreat and decided among them who will be on the MPO, whereas we have handled it as a chair appointment. And that's really not what the statute says. So unlike other assignments, this is one that needs some board action in order for the change to be made and for people to be appointed. That's the law. What the board does with it, I'm not here to say one way or the other, but that is how the law works under this statute.
So it's up to us?
It is.
You read the statute, it say you gotta have a majority vote. That's what bottom line.
Right, that's,
comes down.
we're headed,
That's correct.
we're headed for a vote here.
I already know where the hell this is going. It's pointing right at me.
Commission,
Well,
That's where it's
really?
Cruz, Baugh, Servia on the board.
Okay.
Commissioner Cruz, and obviously Commissioner Cruz is his item. But let's do try to stick with new information and just, we're doing well with keeping this above the fray up to this point.
I agree, and that's what I intend to do. I'm not trying to drag us down anywhere. Yes, according to the statute, we have been doing it wrong. Hypothetically, we're probably safest to blow up the entirety of our MPO board and just vote on 3 people from scratch as brand-new 4-year terms. That's not really what I'm proposing, because I think the rest of I think everyone on our MPO board has done an excellent job, and so that's why I've never, even before we knew about the statute, ever kind of angled for it, because I thought all 3 of you, Servia, Vansbridge, and Baugh, have done an excellent job for Manatee County, and that's why I'd like to keep it the way it is. But again, I appreciate you saying I'm being a good friend, but honestly, if it was anyone, Commissioner Servia, in all honesty, whether you believe it or not, if you were coming in as chair and Commissioner Malice was trying to take you out, I would be having the same argument on this dais right now. And the reason is the MPO is arguably the single most important board that we are on. It's the one that steers the most money and the most influence towards what we have all said is our #1 priority, which is fixing infrastructure in Manatee County. When you have an opportunity to have a chair of that MPO and somebody in the governing executive committee of the MPOAC, that is benefiting 400,000 people in Manatee County. I don't care who that person is. That's a benefit to me as a county commissioner, it's a benefit to my constituents, and that's who I'm here to look out for, not for people's personal opinions of each other, not for people's ideologies. It's entirely for this county, and having a chair with the level of respect and the level of experience on the MPO as Commissioner Baugh is in everybody's best interest in Manatee County, and that's what I will fight for, regardless of who it was. Yes, it is Commissioner Baugh, and so, yes, it looks to be, and to some extent is perceived as a helping a friend situation, but I am helping Manatee County. I truly believe this is a mistake, and with a statute that's pointing in our face that says as much, I think we need to follow this statute. If you want to take a vote on this per the statute, you have every right to do so. I'm not stopping anyone from using any aspect of this statute. I'm just kind of pleading with the people who are kind of potentially on the fence here to remember this is bigger than all of us. This does, our opinions about whether or not there's an ethics thing or whether or not you agree with her on different things is outside the scope of the benefit this has. So just consider that. If you're on the fence, think about your constituents more than the 7 of us up here. Thank you.
Commissioner Baugh.
Well, I guess since this is the second meeting that I've had major discussions that they've been about me and I haven't said anything, perhaps I should now. So let's go to it. Commissioners, I haven't been found guilty of anything. Nothing. Probable cause is not guilt. It's not over. And I think everybody up here on this board knows that. I don't think I should have to say it. And I realize I have some enemies up on this board. I know that. And that's okay. I don't mind. But I do think that according to Florida statute, I should remain as chair for this year because it can mean bringing money to Manatee County. I'm also on a state board. And by the way, I'm on their executive board as well. So it's not just the MPO that we're talking about here being chair of. But that's the vote of this board. However, I will tell you that probably by the end of this year, I will be resigning because I've had about all of this board I want. I have bigger and better things to think about, as you all should. And hopefully, we'll get past some of the childish ways that's been taken here and happening, and we can get past it, and everybody can move forward for the betterment of the citizens of this county. I don't find any embarrassment to talk about what's going on right now with me in Tallahassee. None. Because I'm fighting for my reputation that was helped to be hurt by members on this board. So I look at it from the standpoint that, yes, I'm going to fight that in Tallahassee until it's all said and done. So for me, it's not about the Ethics Commission. I am the commissioner of District 5. That has not changed. I've not been removed from office. And I'm going to represent Manatee County. And I have been elected by my peers on that board. And thank you, Commissioner Van Ostenbridge. You're the one that I think seconded the motion, if I'm not mistaken, for me to be chair again. So I want to do my job because it's the right thing to do for this county. I did have someone send me a couple of videos. One of which, well, they were both taken back in October. One of which was Commissioner Whitmore talking about how she agreed that we needed to keep people on the boards that they've been appointed to. Because once they're on there, they learn how to handle everything and they move forward, and it's good for the county. Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, you were the second video that was sent to me. And I'll be honest, I had forgotten about it. So for me now, to be sitting back and have been chair of this board until the end of my term, and by the way, I had no intention of being chair again. So, and I heard that too, and that was not correct. But yet I'm not good enough to be the chair of the MPO, where I can help bring millions of dollars to Manatee County this year. Because all of a sudden now the ethics, it's a problem. I have to feel that that's not being totally truthful, commissioners. I have to feel there's more to it. I know Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, our new chair, is upset with me. I understand. I don't blame him. And I haven't given him a hard time, and he hasn't given me one. He did ask me yesterday, because I think he could see in my face, and I saw it in his. He wanted to know if we could get past it. Yes, we can. Well, at least I can. I don't hold a grudge. Everybody's got the right thing on their mind here, and that is to do the best they can do for Manatee County. I might add that, you know, I can be removed from office, by the way, by the governor. So I would tell all of you that you can do what you want. I can't stop that. I'm asking for your support in this endeavor because I think I deserve it. I've worked hard on the MPO longer than any of you up here on this board. And I've got things in the works for Manatee County. I know Dave Hutchinson and I talked about this yesterday. We've got some really important things going on with the MPOAC. If y'all want to throw that away, okay. It's up to you. Hatred is a bad thing. But I don't think I've ever done or said anything except try to do what was best for citizens in Manatee County. And hopefully, when you're at the point in your terms that I am, you'll be able to say the same thing. Because one day what I'm going through could be one of you. I mean, it was already tried with the sunshine violation, the lawsuit. I know all about that. Well, that didn't work. I mean, we even had FDLE involved. You've tried everything possible. So now you got this. I've been a good commissioner. I've worked hard for my constituents. And the hatred that I see on this board by some of you is very sad. Think about your citizens. Think about what's best for this county and take it from there. Because I don't think that's what y'all have really talked about. It's not a... It doesn't matter. That's all I'm going to say about it. I appreciate the time and effort. Commissioner Cruz, thank you for doing all this. I did hear about the the statute day before yesterday. I had someone call me about it. I guess they must have called you as well, I guess, but I think it's very sad that we're looking at, that we've come to this. Kevin Von Ostenbridge has been like a brother, and it pains me to see where we are. And what pains me even more is the reason for it. So I'm not going to say anything else. I'm done. You have badgered me all year to the point that I'm done. And you should be ashamed of yourselves. Thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you, Commissioner Baugh. I have Commissioner Serbia and Whitmore on the board. However, Bellamy and Satcher have not spoken yet. Commissioner Bellamy, would you like to make a statement before we move on? We're not going to prolong this much longer.
No, not
Okay.
at this time, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Satcher, would you like to make a statement before we move on?
I'd like the opportunity to dialogue with the county attorney, if the chair is okay with that. Is that okay?
Yes.
So this statute, you're looking at it now. Would you mind reading it? Is it crazy long? We're going to be here forever?
It's pretty long, but there
maybe
is
go to
one
the pertinent.
specific provision that I can read for you that I think will deal with the removal issue. The appointments is a little tougher because it's a long statute. It's a complicated statute. But there is a section 4B, as Commissioner Cruz says, that deals with removal of appointees and their terms. And it says, except for members who represent municipalities on the basis of alternating with representatives from other municipalities that do not have members on the MPO as provided in paragraph 3A. So see, it's getting complicated, and that doesn't really apply to us. The members of an MPO shall serve 4-year terms. Then there's some language again about municipalities. And then there's language that says the membership of a member who is a public official automatically terminates upon the member's leaving his or her elective or appoint of office for any reason, or may be terminated by a majority vote of the total membership of the entity's governing board represented by the member. A vacancy shall be filled by the original appointing entity.
So while I have the floor, I want to understand the situation or state my understanding of it. Appointing someone different is not in line with that statute. So in other words, the first step, if there were to be a change, either someone loses the election, which is not the case here, or there would need to be a vote by a board to remove someone.
Correct.
And then that would have to pass the board. So there'd have to be 4 votes to remove someone, and then there could be a new appointment of what the created vacancy.
And how would that be filled?
Commissioner, Commissioner Thatcher, that's correct. It could be done in a single motion, or it could be done in 2 separate motions.
Right.
So it would, right. To me.
It is a board decision, is
Right.
the point. That's the thing the board should understand.
So
The statute says it's up to the board.
What I see, there's a difference. What were the 2 words? Someone mentioned, permissible and beneficial. Or no, someone mentioned permissible, and I wanted to add to that beneficial as far as options here. So, I mean, through no fault of anyone here, through the way things have been set up with a previous attorney and previous boards, and no, I don't see any type of ill will by them. They just missed this, and honestly, with government as many laws as they can pass and as detailed as they can be, that's easy to do.
May I interrupt?
Yes, sir.
Just so you know, when I talked to the executive director this morning, he said we're not the first represented entity where he's had to reach out and point this out to them. So it's not only Manatee County that's overlooked this in the past in its practices.
So it seems to me, I believe in when possible, when appropriate, showing, all due respect. And so to me, First of all, Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, won a vote to be chair, and so I give him nothing but respect for a hard-fought win for something, so when two people compete, you congratulate the winner, and the person that didn't win, you say better luck next time, and you move on. And and then he made a decision that he at the time thought was completely permissible and within his realm of authority and had been treated that way in the past. Now we find out that it's actually not. I don't think that's any, disservice to him. And so I just want to say all kinds of respect for him for being here just over a year and already being chair of this board as this county grows. Impressive. But I don't, if there were, right now I have the floor and I'm definitely not making that move. But if there were to be a move to remove someone, which we now know would be the appropriate way to change, if we wanted to change, it can't just be, written down by the chair. It'd have to be a vote. If there were a move like that, it doesn't sound like that's what the executive director of the MPO wants. I don't even know who this person is, but I imagine that he would not like being bucked, and I imagine it could hurt us in the future. And hurt, when I say that, I mean people sitting in traffic extra long. And so I don't go looking for fights, but but when they come, you have to make the right decision. So I wouldn't support and I hadn't supported in the past any type of motion to remove someone from that board. And so just wanted to make that clear as we go forward. Thank you.
Mr.
Thank
Chair?
you, Commissioner Thatcher.
On the board.
Hold on.
I hit my button.
I'm going to interject real quick, exert privilege, and ask the county attorney a question. My suggestion was that the board vote on the entire list of appointments in one vote.
MPO.
Would that satisfy this statute?
Mr. Chair, my preference would be that we do, if the board's going to make a decision on this, to have a motion that deals specifically with the MPO. And there are, depending upon who wants to move to do what, there are a number of ways to structure it. And I can help you with that, depending upon who wants to make such a motion.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, will you take all comments before we do that?
Yes, I am going to take your comments before we move forward. This obviously revolves around Commissioner Baugh, so I would, if she has something to say briefly that's going to change the direction where we're going here.
I don't think it'll change the direction, but I just wanted to say that Commissioner Thatcher talked about a fight. Vanessa's not the fight. It's the hatred from others. So I just wanted to say that. I'm not fighting anything. It's ridiculous. Thank you.
Commissioner Serbia, then Whitmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Vanessa, I have to start with you. And Vanessa, I've known you a long time, and we have been friends. But I always tell you, don't take things personally, because what we do up here is conduct business.
I think we're way past that, Misty.
Please, Ms. Baugh, I have the floor.
Miss, it's Commissioner. Thank you.
Commissioner Baugh. No one hates you. You're not the victim. Okay, but I have to say, Commissioner Baugh, you are in a place exactly where you placed yourself. You did this to yourself.
I'm not going to listen to this.
You don't have to listen, you can walk out, but I'm going to say it anyway.
Go ahead.
You are in this position because of what you've done. I just want to be very clear about that. And when you talk about ethics is the difference between knowing what you have a right to do and doing what is right. Okay? I want you to really think about that. I'm really concerned about the probable cause that was found in the ethics violation. And when you
Understood.
sit up here and cry,
Oh, I
there
don't cry
are
over
lots
that.
of people who were crying that they did not get vaccines because of the problem that has landed you in this position. I'm just being very clear. This is not hatred. These are just facts, okay? Manatee County, as far as the MPO goes, Manatee County will still hold the chair position, I believe, because as a member of the MPO, we switch from a Sarasota chair to a Manatee chair year after year. So despite who is in that chair role, I think it will still be a Manatee County person who will be elected in that role. There is not going to be a difference of losing millions of dollars if Commissioner Baugh is not the chair. That is inaccurate. That is not true. I think that that is not true. I don't even know why you would feel that way. And for the record, I have been contacted by MPO members who are very concerned about the leadership under Commissioner Baugh. I'm just being very clear with you. There are MPO members who have called me and said, we don't feel comfortable. Okay? So this is not personal. This is trying to run the county for the best thing for our constituents, which are 400,000 people. This is not about what next steps you may take in your career and wanting to have a spotlight out there. This is not about what friends want to do for friends. This is not about who believes they deserve it. This is about doing what's best for Manatee County. And so, Commissioner Baugh, if you really want to do what's best for Manatee County, I ask you, in all humility, to step down as chair, please, and do what's best for Manatee County. Because the attention that you have brought under this ethics probable cause, which I don't think is going to be a very pleasant experience, is not the light we want shined on Manatee County. And that is not personal. That is not personal. That's all I have to say.
Commissioner Whitmore.
We have an employee that works here that went to the Panhandle during the Christmas break, and an older gentleman was doing drawings of people that paid him to do drawings. And so they got to talking, and they said, well, where are you from? And this person said, Manatee County. And they said, oh, is that vaccine thing? This is Destin, and this was like 10 days ago. So, and from what I understood, and somebody can clarify this, the last time the vote for chair, Vanessa won by 1, and that was Nancy Dieter. That was the swing vote? That's what I hear.
Vice chair.
Oh, vice chair. Okay, all right. And I'm so tired of hearing this hatred. Just because you vigorously debate up here does not mean and every time Commissioner Baugh says it, she looks at me. I don't hate Commissioner Baugh. I personally have major differences of how she's legislated, how she's been chair twice and caused every time she's been chair, we've gotten rid of a county administrator. That's just the facts. How she treats people that come up here, how she treats her fellow board members. And my thing is why some people think we have an issue is because I speak up. I've been abused and battered most of my life, and I won't put up with it. I am a professional just like everybody else. So this is, and I'm glad you said what you did, because who haven't I talked to that think this is not a good situation? The MPO is up to, I guess it's not up to the chair. I still won't support Commissioner Baugh as being chair. We have Manatee County people that are in line, and I think it would be Commissioner Servia, because she has been on it a long time, and I'm hoping the board votes for her. And I know George wanted to be on the MPO. Wait a minute, the first time you wanted to be on it, and you had voted to keep Sherry, and all of a sudden Kevin got it. And I remember that. And I told George, welcome. If you tick her off, you're not going to get it. And so let's just clear this all out. And after this is done, we are going to work together, no matter how long Commissioner Baugh stays. We're all going to work together and get stuff done, because everybody in this town is sick of this, hearing this petty stuff. Nobody hates you. They do not agree with you, and you think that's hate. You can't bring any more money than any of the rest of us can. And I know maybe in your head you think you can, but we all do a really good job for the state of Florida and the county.
Commissioner Baugh.
I'm not going to really say anything. That's ridiculous to make the comments. So, no, I have nothing to say. Thank you.
Commissioner Bellamy, would you like to make a statement? Would you like to make a statement? I'm just giving you an opportunity before we,
What's next?
I'm going to entertain motions after this.
So, a lot of the knick-knacking that go back and forth, I intentionally stay out of it. And I was wondering where all of this was going, and it's twice now I saw something like this coming up, and I've asked the attorney, can I leave? And twice he's denied.
I can't make you stay.
I know you
I'm just saying
can't,
if
but
you-
I respect in our relationship and our professional relationship for each other, and we respect that, and I thank you for that, but twice I've been denied. This is in no way, no form, or no fashion is going to benefit District 2 within the things that, the people that I represent and the things that I'm trying to get done. Well, she say roads. And, I mean, do you really want to open that can of worms? Because I've asked to be on the MPO twice because the biggest issue of traffic come right down the middle of my district, and I've been denied each time. But that's a whole nother conversation. So I just put that on the table. So here we are. Here we are with this and my thoughts. And to be honest with you, I am reflecting where I was a year ago. And I really do empathize with Commissioner Ball's emotions, because that's where I was when I inquired about who makes the decision about the Public Safety Council. And when I inquired that, it was told to me, looked in my face, it's the chair, it's the prerogative of the chair. And I respected that. And I respected that. And I think at that time, the relationships were very, very shallow, but I had a friend, Commissioner Satcher. I actually communicated with the with the sheriff, and reached out to the sheriff about my position and things like that. And I think that's how I was able to remain as the Public Safety Council chair. But I think if that wasn't the case, we were going to follow what the chair had said. I think the complicated thing is, and what I always do, I keep all my emotions and all my thoughts away from it. And based on a lot of things that's taken place, I mean, you're all talking about the vaccine and ethics. I mean, that impacted underserved and underprivileged people. And at that time, my statement was, I've been fighting like hell to get vaccines in my district. And I was very, very upset with that, but I didn't hold a grudge against Commissioner Ball. I think I've gone to lunch with them a couple of times since some of these things that I have disagreed with. I disagree with what took place with the redistricting. I strongly disagree with that, and I have still maintained my level of professionalism to each and every one up here. And I do not plan on changing that. I do think hate is a bad thing. If it's up here, I pray for the sake of me that it's not. My comments are very, very consistent, though. I mean, if it's on the prerogative of the chair, and I had to swallow it then, and things worked out, you know. But it's different with the MPO, and George brings up the statute, and with them bringing up the statute, now the bottom line is that we got to vote on it. That's the bottom line. We have to vote on it, and this is a tough situation because we already know where 3 are, and we already know where the other 3 are. But the things that's undiscussed is where Reggie is. That's the reality of it. But I'm gonna be honest with you all. With you all keep putting me in the middle of everything that's going on between you all, my district doesn't win anything because you all can turn on me at the drop of a dime. Let's be honest. I'm the only Democrat that's up here. I'm the only black that's up here. And a lot of the things that go on, I have to hold my peace just so I can maintain and fight for my district and people that look like me. And you all keep trying to put me in the middle of you all's mess. That's clearly what this right here is. This is a mess. all right, as far as how it turned out with the chair. It didn't matter to me who became chair. I respect Kevin and I respect George, all right? But that's where all this comes from. Someone becomes the chair and then you start delegating into committees and things like that. So within my comments, do you really want to know my comments? District 2 and Reggie Bellamy doesn't win whichever way he goes. I don't win at all in this right here. And if I go left or right, my district still will have 3 people that's going to stand up against us. Which is why I keep saying, why do I have to be here? Because you know what? When the ball drops, you know who's going to be victimized the most? Me. I'm going to be victimized the most. And the reason why, and I get it, but the reason why is because there's going to be some you asked me, I wasn't going to say anything. Y'all asked me to speak. So can I please finish? Can I please finish? I feel like regardless of what takes place, I'm still going to need people to support all the things that's going on in my district. And that stuff can switch at the drop of the dime. I am not connected to the sideway conversations. I am not connected to the bike room conversations at all. I am connected to want to do what's right for Manatee County. And that's what I stand for. The decision's going to be tough, but I'm going to be honest with you. The bottom line with this, G, the silent retaliation, in my opinion, is going to some way, somehow fall on District 2.
Not certainly.
Thank you, Commissioner Bellamy. Multiple commissioners have spoken multiple times.
Well, can I just, because it's in part response to.
Sure.
Then I'm next on the board.
You're
anyway,
next
so-
anyway.
Okay.
So multiple commissioners have spoken multiple times. And I just wanted to ensure you had an opportunity to be heard before we moved on without hearing from you.
This is a
Commissioner-
semi-motion.
I'm going to go to Commissioner Cruz, and the chair is entertaining motions.
All right. It's not so much a motion, but here's my last ditch, and this goes to what Commissioner Bellamy's saying. He's right. At the end of the day, there is 3 on one side and 3 on the other. We're putting Commissioner Bellamy in a bad position all over something that doesn't have to exist in the first place. We have a statute. This isn't a subjective thing. We're not 7 attorneys or judges on a Supreme Court determining the validity of a statute. It's a real statute. The statute says what occurred up to this point, for whatever reason it occurred, is not even theoretically valid. The way I read the statute, the way this MPO looks right now is, in fact, Commissioner Baugh, Commissioner Van Ossovich, Commissioner Survey. I think honestly, for the good of this board, for the good of this community, for the good of Commissioner Bellamy, I would still implore the chair to say, look, you don't have to claim right or wrong or agree or disagree with Commissioner Baugh being on that board. A statute was revealed after the fact, and we in Manatee County honor the state statutes of the state of Florida. So the MPO board is, in fact, the way the MPO board was prior to all this, and simply unwind it and avoid a vote, because we do, in fact, know what's going to happen. We do know there's 3 people on one side. We do know there's 3 people on the other side, and you're putting Commissioner Bellamy in a position he doesn't want to be in over something that technically doesn't even exist, because the statute states people have 4-year terms and we should honor the 4-year terms. If you want to still have a vote, you can, but just be aware that this is a vote of 1 at the end of the day to determine whether or not Commissioner Baugh can stay on the MPO for 1 last year of a 4-year term.
So the vote requires the entire board to be present, is that correct?
I think the safe reading of the statute is that the whole board should be present and voting.
Okay. We do not have a quorum to do that then. Is there any new business? We're adjourned.
So what happened? So it's still the same?